Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more, or to another stream, I guess. So, today the plan is pretty much finish up with the Andon, because yeah, I should be able to, if I'm not mistaken, finish up everything with him in terms of satisfaction. So I'm just missing one heart. And I got all the items that I need to deliver, so I have one of these because I need specifically one single craft script, the white version. And then I have like 5 of these to hand in. Yeah. And essentially once we finished up with Andon, I'm gonna go to the Crystarium, do the Physical DPS role quests, do the quest after that basically gets unlocked, and then the rest of the stream is basically just gonna be me trying to go through a massive list of items that I've found out that I want to get for the house. That you might be noticing that my inventory is kind of full of so much stuff. That's because that's for all of those items. Plus, potentially also some of it is for stuff so that I can basically make some walls for the outside of the house. Can't make them yet, though, since I need to be, or my FC's workshop needs basically have unlocked something before I can craft that. And then some of these things also for a thing that is supposed to be able to possibly help my FC basically get the things they need. Basically just craft a submarine part. But I haven't done anything with that, and I basically just took everything here, or tried taking everything with me, so I could basically make sure that I knew that I didn't take anything from one of those piles, because I technically already finished getting everything for the house and the submersible thingy part, but yeah. But now I basically just have this entire mess. Oh, that's the wrong button I clicked. Anyway, let's talk to Ed.
Good morning, Shauna. I feel likely to regain the rest of my memories at any moment. Just a little further, and I'm sure to recall my true form.
Okay, so we have the craft. That's it.
Obert once boasted a high population of artisans who crafted armor and weapons and all sorts of little things. I have no doubt a master craftsperson stands somewhere in these flowering fields, a leafman forever dreaming of creation. For me? I cannot fully express how grateful I feel, Shauna. Oh, thank you, and thank you again.
To quickly close that. Switch over to a gatherer.
Good morning.
Same stuff is. Oh, I'm about to basically go to the camp there. Let's see. I can scripts. I think I mainly just want to get materia. I think decent amount of these be nice. Leave the gathering materia or use for a lot of things later on. There's like the melting of some of this stuff.
Between mineral resources from the mountains and yields from my flock, supplies for crafting seem more than plentiful here. Do you think the climate might even accommodate for cotton? In the warmer seasons, of course. For me? I cannot fully Yeah,
that's just the same as this. this main stuff.
I must say, recently it feels easier than ever to recall details from my former life. I'm all aflutter, and I don't just mean the breeze through my branches. I have little doubt that it's all thanks to you and these incredibly familiar supplies you've been bringing me. The desire to put my hands on them is overwhelming. Yes, I know these waves of inspiration well. Without a doubt, I passed many a happy evening absorbed in my crafting. I remember making and selling all sorts of things. Sheepskin rugs, for instance, and they fetched a good price too. Nothing warms a stone house better. You had a warm, fluffy rug in your house too, Andon. Oh, it was so very, very soft and lovely for snoozing. Oh, I did, didn't I? I remember becoming so absorbed in the finer points of crafting and leatherwork that I once petitioned different sorts of skin from this Mistel hunter I knew. What was their name again? Yeez, yes. I had a feeling this was coming. Hee. You know me so well, Andon. But you don't have to restrain yourself. I do so love it when you bluster and fluster and wiggle about in delightful confusion. Go on, go on. Be flustered on command? That's not. How am I supposed to? Oh, I'm doing it, aren't I? That reminds me, they say there's a fiery red Mistel made entirely of crystal who is friends with our king. Any friend of the king must be friends with their sapling, right?
They are probably referring to Graha, I'm assuming.
I knew it. Orion J and the Crystal
XR.
Mistel, what lovely friends you have.
Technically it is, I guess, the Crystal XR here, but...
Friends.
Yeah.
Do you suppose I had friends? I remember a particular group of people with whom I associated. Yes, they would help me with work sometimes, and... Oh, that's right. Those people I've been remembering, they were travelers.
Is it Artbird's group he is
A
remembering?
Galgant, 2 elves, a dwarf and a Mistel, there was one more, wasn't there? Who was it? Hume. Of course. Artbird.
It fucking is. It was them.
Wait, what's that look for? Did you know Artbird as well? What a coincidence. Well, I suppose he did traverse the realm on his various adventures, but he and his comrades spent a winter here, once. They helped me with all sorts of little requests and errands, and at the end of a long day's work, we often broke bread together. Our first meeting was rather dramatic, though, I seemed to give them all quite a shock. But after that initial awkwardness, we became fast friends. If ever they ventured nearby, they would always make a point to call. Wait, why were they so shocked by me? Something feels odd.
Okay.
Andon could not be happier with your efforts. He now considers you a familiar friend-like face. Through your efforts, Andon has remembered much and more about his former life. It seems, however, that he has a different sort of question to ask you. A new quest continuing the story of Andon's efforts to regain his true form is now available. Upon its completion, the custom deliveries list for Andon will be updated.
That should also be the last step, basically. with them.
Thank you for bringing me so many. It's always so good to chat with another person.
Assuming that's the hey, you finished delivering all the things.
You have delivered.
Okay, every Andon of the rainbow. Innocent deep thoughts, or so one may assume. Space remains inscrutably leafy.
You, Shauna, travel far and wide as Ardbird once did. Tell me, what sort of encounter would leave one so forthright at a loss for words?
Oh. Sorry about that. Hold on. Oh, I just got a little bit of tea down the wrong pipe. Let's see here. Meeting a talking shrub might do it. One a person all to like myself. Mean to ask about Outbreak, why not consult Seto instead? Might
Sito,
work.
where have I heard that NA? Oh. Ardbird Zamaro, was it? Wait a moment. I recognize a certain irony in my asking, but are you suggesting that this Amaro can speak? That's highly unusual, to say the least. I dare say I would be the one in shock if we ever were to meet. Rare occurrences. Unexpected meetings. Oh. That's why none of Eotir's glamours felt quite right. Shauna. Call the Fairy King, I think I've remembered who I am.
Okay. Wearing a magic veil, she would probably be not happy with that. Call upon thy power, O great Fairy King. Maybe a little bit better. Veolium, my most beautiful and beloved branch, I need you. That's the one she would like the most.
Oh, to be called so passionately by my sweetest sapling. My spirit is all song. Of course, of course. Your branch has come to offer up the full extent of their power, just as they promised. Leafman, heed me well. If these magics are to fail, you will melt into the earth as naught but an amalgamation of soil and grime. Have you remembered your true form, marrow to soul? Yes. Yes, I have. I think. Very well, then. Let us see what you become.
Viera.
It worked. I'm a person. A real person. Just look at me. I haven't got roots or leaves or anything anymore. I'm free. Oh, Andon. True Andon. How I have missed you most of all Andons. It makes sense, doesn't it? Men such as I are hardly a common sight even amongst our own people. I'm sure Ardbird never expected to meet one of us out here.
That is true when you think about it, because I don't think, like, we don't see any male Vieras, like, in most of the game. At least in all of Shadowbringers, we don't see any. mainly because they weren't introduced until end of Walker, but still. Also, most of Yarrow didn't really leave Raktiga, I believe, too much. At least that was the case.
It's all coming back to me now. I left the Great Wood to explore the outside world, came to Vobird, met my very first sheep, and the rest is history. I was truly happy as a shepherd. If it were not for the flood. Of course, the flood. My village, did it survive? I must go and see what became of it. You're leaving, Endon. But you've never left, not even when those white beasties came to slurp you up and crunch your bones. Leafless man, understand, we pixies are not wont to release the mortals we adore. As you yourself are one so favored by the Fae, I grant you permission to remain in the Kingdom of Rainbows, if such is your wish. In your true and rightful form, of course. However, you are no longer bound to our land. You are free to travel the wide realm as does my brave sapling. Think carefully upon your decision, mortal, that you have no cause to regret it. Oh, I have so enjoyed this time with you, my adorable, dearest sapling. Let us meet again soon, yes, very soon.
Okay, that's the quest accepted. And that's a cutscene again.
Have you ever been to the Raktika Greatwood, Shauna? I don't imagine you've had cause to visit the Aes settlements there.
Actually I have. Quite a lot.
An ally of Ronka? And you've been to Fanau? Well, then. My village is far deeper in the woods, but Fanau might well be a good place to start. Would you be willing to accompany me that far? To be honest, I'm not sure I could explain myself with any credibility, if questioned. Thank you. Your presence is more reassuring than you know. No. No, 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 no. How could you, Endon? After I tried so hard to keep you safe. After I told the others to give you leaves and roots so those awful monsters couldn't touch you. So you could live happily ever after with your precious sheep. You turned me into a leafman to protect me? Oh, Eotir. My apologies, Shauna. I think Eotir and I need some time to speak alone. Go on ahead to Fanau, would you? I'll meet you there.
Okay.
There you are. I hope you weren't waiting over long. It's been quite some time since I've navigated these woods, or had legs. You, there. Halt. An unidentified male blundering gracelessly through the trees like a child. You're lucky the scout thought to call me before anyone else. But to think we would meet again, Giltet. Giltet? Ah, of course. Giltet. Which makes you, Telina. It just came back to me, Andon is an assumed name, you see. My birth name is Giltet, and this person who looks quite a lot like me is...
His sister, I'm guessing?
Telina. Giltet's younger sister. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance, ally of Ronka. The forest spoke to me of your departure, but after the flood, I had given up on ever seeing you again. And to willingly part with your name is one thing, but to forget it entirely. What did the outside world do to you, brother?
I don't know how to explain.
And I guess we explained it. It became a bush.
I hardly believe what I'm hearing, Giltet. While we were fleeing a mitigable disaster, you were too captivated with your sheep to so much as seek shelter. Spared certain death only by the caprice of the Fae, you've spent the intervening time as a leafman, blissfully unaware of your own existence.
Immitigable disaster? So our village,
Painful though it was, abandoning the village when we did spared many a fate worse than death. Many, but not all. Some fell to sin-eaters, while others have since left the woods as you did. You may not find many you recognize here, Giltet. If you decide to return to the Great Wood even so, however, I would welcome you.
had best return to Ilmeg. Someone needs to look after the sheep. I also owe a great debt to someone there. The very same someone who transformed me, actually. I too assumed that they had made me into a leafman on a whim, but that's not the case. It was all to ensure that I wouldn't become something far worse, that even part of the true me might safely live on. To turn my back on them after that seems, gauche. But I would never abandon my little sister, either. Perhaps I can visit as my duties allow?
Unfettered yet honor-bound. Not even being changed into a bush could shake that from you, I see. Very well, come and visit when you have the chance. I'm sure the other girls would be glad of it. Good AE's boys, or any AE's boys, for that matter, are in low supply these days, so I suggest you leave ere you find yourself swarmed by suitors. Unless that sounds like better fun than your sheep?
I'm not mistaken, in Vieira culture, the men are, I think, supposed to be like lower ranked or something like that. Like in terms of their society. So I'm assuming what she's implying is that if he doesn't leave soon, he might be might find himself having to give the carrot to the female rabbits. You catch my drift?
Your sage guidance is noted, sister. Truly, Telina, I am glad to see you well. Let us speak again soon.
I had best return to the hunt, but you have my thanks.
Okay, back to Andon or Giltet. Since that is technically his real name. Okay, I believe once I finish up this quest, I'm also gonna have access to a few new things.
I'm glad we got out of there without any fuss. That smirk of Telina's did not bode well for me. I can't believe our village is gone, but I'm grateful to have seen my sister again. I even remembered my birth name. Always liked it, but when I left the forest I thought taking a local name would strengthen my resolve. Thus, Andon the Shepherd was born. A good, Vobertite sheepkeep with a good, Vobertite name. And seeing as I am still a Vobertite sheepkeep, or close enough to one, anyway, I think I'll stay Andon for the time being. Oh, my thoughts are finally clear. Finally, I feel like my own self, true and whole. Thank you for helping me, Shauna, I simply couldn't have done it without you. Oh, I'm so happy you came back, Andon. I was ready to throw you into a scary, sticky dream if you didn't. Just as I promised. I can't wait to get back to shepherding, and I have a debt or two to repay where you're concerned, Eotir. Tee-hee-hee. Silly Andon, you don't owe me anything at all. Don't you remember? You used to leave out little offerings of sheep's milk and sweeties all the time. Say that you remember. Oh, I did, didn't I? I had heard tales of pixies that lived in these parts, so I made a point to leave them little things I thought they might enjoy. Call it a force of habit from my days attending woodland spirits. But you don't mean to say. I do, Andon. Long ago, this land was ruled by people, and those people never really believed we pixies were anything more than clever little stories. And why should they? We always kept ourselves snugly out of sight with glamours. But you believed in us. Kind, sweet, trusting Andon would always leave us treats and milk. Oh, I'd never known such happiness. So I watched over you always, Andon. Even when it was hard to, even when you were in such peril, but refused to leave your flock. I couldn't watch you turn into one of those monsters. I had to do something to repay all your kind and generous gifts. That's why I turned you into a leafman. So you could stay safe and whole with the sheep you loved most. But if you wish to thank me with bushels and bushels of adorable little things, Andon, I shan't say no. I can't say no. Not to you, my true and lovely Andon. Oh, that flattery of yours. But I can tell it would make you happy, and that rather makes me happy, so I'll prepare some milk and sweets for you again sometime. Ahahaha. That's right, Andon. Dearest Andon. Let us live happily and together, forever and ever after and on. Well, the king said I should think carefully, and I believe I've reached a decision that suits me well. Better than ever, in fact, mortals are fine, I suppose, but I feel freer amongst these fey folk. And now that I can hold things again, I can craft and trade for whatever my flock might need. The lurking leafman iterations of my former colleagues, not to mention myself, are still rather unnerving, though. Come to think of it, as long as I'm here, I may as well serve as a sort of guide for any mortals who unwittingly stumble into Ilmeg. It's been quite a while since I've had to consider such things, but, what are people wearing these days? No, wait, it may be best if you show me. If you find something that would make me look welcoming and approachable, I would be most happy to try it.
Okay, so that unlocks rest of stuff.
Future requests will be selected at random from all. You may review the items currently. Note that lovely boxes of pretty things, lovely knickknacks, and IL litas will earn you particularly handsome rewards. Furthermore, Andon's appearance may now be altered through the use of glamours.
That's been unlocked. Okay. Ooh. Labor of Leaf.
Oh, sapling of the king. I have a fascinating delight to show you. But he seems to have wandered off somewhere. Could you look for him, please? And when I say him I mean, another Andon. You'll know him once you find him, you'll see.
Actually, you can see here. She doesn't sell that. Here's the other Andon.
This loitering lump of leaves looks strikingly like an Andon you once knew. Perhaps this is what Eotir is seeking.
Let's try to say something.
This leafman is straining to communicate, but unlike Andon, it seems incapable of speech. Oh, you found him. Now, I have prepared this sweet shrublet for a very special reason. Will you hear it? As long as I have known him, I have always longed to speak with Andon. Oh, how I hoped and pined. Then suddenly, my wish came true. Now here I am, spending day after day talking and laughing and playing with you both. I don't think any pixie has ever known such fun. That is why I wish to repay your kindness with a little gift, not a talking leafman, but a walking leafman. His name is Andon 3. I borrowed some of original Andon's leaves after pruning him. Twist a branch here, nip a bud there, and there you have it. Oh, isn't he adorable? Your very own personal Andon. Speaking of personal, I mustn't keep you long, lest the king think I'm trying to steal away their precious sapling. As though I would, when I have Andon. Oh, Andon.
Okay, we get 2 items from that. Sure. Find them. We get the Leafman head. Jesus Christ. There's a glamour, I guess. Glamour item and Andon 3 horn. Which I believe is a mount. Yep. Oh yeah. An Andon mount. Kind of weird. Yeah, since already here. I believe we should finish the quest with Andon. Not this one, but the one just before. You can basically buy a triple triad card over here. So, might as well just get that. Alright, so I go to the Crustarium because we need to basically finish up the do the last Shadowbringers role quest, which means that's gonna take like around 2-ish hours. Based on how long the others seem to take. I think that was the wrong one. I just went to in terms of distance to the quest. Alright, now I just need to figure out which class to do the quest as. It's a good try Samurai. At least do most of the quest as Samurai. Depending on how much XP I get from it. Maybe also do the last one as Samurai. Could be wrong though. Anyway, no greater sport.
Wait. You wouldn't happen to be. Yes, Of course you are. 'Tis plain from the way you carry yourself. You're just the sort of woman I've been looking for. You're perfect. My name is Lurik, and I am a bounty hunter. But not just any bounty hunter, I will have you know. Nay, I am not one to settle for run-of-the-mill prey. I hunt sin eaters. Not only that, I have recently set my sights on a particularly notable fiend, one of the 4 cardinal virtues, those infamous instigators of the flood itself. Naturally, it will take considerable strength and skill to defeat such a formidable eater, and I am not afraid to admit I cannot do it alone. However, with the aid of equally formidable allies, I am confident it can be done. And you, my friend, are exactly the sort of ally I have a mind to recruit.
Okay. Walk away without a word. Feign interest. Feign some interest.
Aha! I knew you would be interested. And should the challenge alone be insufficient motivation, know that I have substantial financial resources at my disposal. You will be duly compensated for your service, rest assured. However, as much as I am certain you are the right woman for the job, 'tis only meet that I put your skills to the proof. A simple test should suffice. Pray do not be offended, but you would be shocked how many people present themselves falsely in order to enrich themselves or to impress others.
Okay, let me guess, out in Lakeland. Yep. So much shit in my inventory currently. I'm also trying to craft. How many things was it again? It's 38 items, but 48 different crafts apparently. Something along those lines.
Here we are. Our proving grounds. You need only slay a beast of suitable ferocity before my very eyes to demonstrate your own. Naturally, we require bait to lure one out of hiding. Oi, milord. Got your package here. Well done, my good man. And here is your payment. Oh, this. The bait in question. Easier to have it delivered than to take a detour and pick it up myself. Rather more efficient as well. Time is money. Now then, you need only place it in the open and slay whatever comes to claim it. I cannot imagine it will take long for something to come hither.
Okay, so what do we have to fight? Does it?
Fantastic. I knew I was not wrong about you. Come, let us return to the Crystarium at once.
I'm gonna go ahead and assume that the final location for this was probably gonna be Raktiga, because I believe this is the Mikone Archer / Bard that we'll be dealing with. I just get the feeling that her area might be Raktiga, or possibly Lakeland. Those are the only two that really would make sense, since all the other virtues have basically been ended up in the what do you call it? In all the other zones except for the Tempest, but the Tempest doesn't make any sense for them to go to.
Congratulations on a kill well made, my good woman. I dare say this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. Let us commemorate the occasion with a feast. Eat, drink, and be merry. Wonderful stuff, isn't it? My compliments to the chef. Another helping? No. Are you sure? It really is no bother. Oh, very well. I should like to return to our earlier discussion, that of the virtue I have engaged you to hunt with me. Andrea is her name, and she roams Norvrend in the guise of Rendere, fallen warrior of light and renowned hunter of Eld. She is a most elusive eater who has been sighted in every corner of the realm. Though her movements are unpredictable, she has often been witnessed pursuing and slaying extraordinarily dangerous beasts. I can well imagine the question forming in your head, why not leave her be? If anything, is she not aiding local communities after a fashion? Alas, no, for the beasts she slays rise anew, as eaters, which pose even greater threats to the small folk. So you see, this one wretched sin-eater is in truth sowing untold chaos by carrying on as she does, unleashing more of her kind on unsuspecting towns and villages all across Norvrend. Only you and I can stop her.
So she was a warrior of light. Didn't the warriors of light save the world? Oh, that one.
Huh. What an odd thing to ask. But never mind all that, whether or not they were heroes or villains or whatever 100 years ago doesn't matter to me. The simple truth is, Rendere was the greatest hunter who ever lived, and beating her at her own game would be an amazing feat, don't you think? And regardless of what the warriors of light were before they became sin-eaters, that's what they are now, so we'd be doing folks a favor by killing one. Well, what say you, friend? Will you hunt Andrea with me?
With pleasure. I hope I live to regret this. Let's go with that one.
So begins our formal partnership. AHH, I can see it now, you and me in the heat of battle, fighting side by side, the picture of courage and camaraderie. It's going to be grand. Naturally, it will take us time to study and understand our prey. Eaters can behave in strange and inexplicable ways, particularly powerful ones like Andrea. I've been doing my best to get inside her head, to think like a hunter, but it is easier said than done. Anyway, as soon as I have determined where we ought to begin our search, I will inform you at once. Oh. Is the reward lacking? My apologies. Next time I will see that you receive rather more substantial compensation.
Okay. Vengeance in defeat.
Wait, it's you. It's really you. You actually came. I mean, never mind. Ahem. You're here to hunt Andrea with me, yes. Of course you are. Why else would you be here? And wouldn't you know it, one of my hirelings should be returning with new information any moment now.
Greetings, my lord. I am pleased to report that Andrea was recently sighted in Amarang, in the vicinity of Samuel's backbone, it would seem. Apparently, there was a right vicious spider what was giving folks trouble, and now that it's been turned, it's about a dozen times worse. They'd be grateful for any assistance.
I see, I see. Well done, my friend. Your payment, as promised. Why bother going out and about pestering the small folk for news when you can employ others to do it for you? The better to devote our precious time to rather more important matters, I say. And owing to my winning strategy, we may now depart for Amurang and the delightfully named Samuel's backbone, for in pursuing the spider, we may yet find its maker.
Okay. What's more Zug then?
This is certainly the place. I gather those bones once belonged to dear Samuel, but I see no troublesome arachnid. It being a rather large desert, I had considered hiring a few trackers to hasten our search, but I have yet to spy a place where such individuals might congregate. Pity. Bah. Nothing for it but to roll up our proverbial sleeves and do the dirty work ourselves. We shall split up and search the sands for the sin-eater spider. Whoever finds it first may have the honor of slaying it themselves. And should we not find it, well, after we both have searched for a suitable length of time, I say we meet back here. Let the hunt begin.
Okay. And find something here. Is it the spider?
You survey the surrounding sands, but find no trace of the spider you seek.
It's not. I'm gonna assume this one is probably not either, and then we find the third one that probably has the spider. Just kind of going off the rule of threes. Oh. Yeah, that bubble. The lane fight looks sure different since last time. Yeah. Basically, I had to kind of change up my original plan for the streams because I had originally thought or planned that I was gonna do like a really long stream today. Probably cut into 2 parts with like a 2-hour break for like dinner and stuff. But then my dad decided that he was gonna show up. Basically wrote to me yesterday because he had to like was gonna show up with like a cupboard and a sink for my bathroom since we're basically the process of doing some stuff out there. So yeah, I kind of had to change the plans. So I basically just decided to do the normal stream schedule. So Final Fantasy today, Elden Ring tomorrow, and then it's just gonna be like a 6-hour stream tomorrow. That, but instead I end up just doing the last role quest thingy here, and I need to do some crafting because I have a lot of materials in my bags. Don't care, I'm here now. That's what matters. It's sweet to hear. Who has appeared? And time for an echo. Vision.
There she is. The Scourge of Norvrend, the Devourer of Souls, Balam quits. We bring this mark down, they'll be singing ballads about us till the end of time, never mind the king's bounty. Hells, we could buy ourselves a couple of castles apiece.
You're saying I could be playing Isanina and Hugo's Harem, you'll still be here. Well, probably it's just that I don't own those games, and I don't even know if I could actually run them, like, well, on my PC, considering that I think games that are that old probably have I think I seem to remember that they sometimes have problems running on newer systems. At least some older games have those sorts of problems, at least.
Flanking maneuver, as discussed. Wait for my signal, then we'll strike as one.
And know, for example, that it just came from, like, I don't even remember when New Vegas came out, but I seem to remember that that game, in order to actually play it on newer systems, you need to basically limit the game so that it can't use more than, I think it's 4 gigabytes of RAM. Because if it starts using more than that, it just starts like being extremely unstable. You got Mouse and Muggen to work, and it took you over 20 years to complete that Forsaken game. You know what? Shitty ending. I think I can't remember. I know I've played some of the Mouse and Muggen games as well. I don't remember which ones, because I feel like there were a bunch of them, but I think only one of them I ever finished. I think I might have played like 3 different ones, but I can't remember anything. It's been so long since I played any of them. I don't really remember anything. I think there was one where it was like just near their house where you're like, I think there's like something that's been built that's then been, I don't know, vandalized or destroyed, and you need to try and figure out who did it. And I think there's one that's in like a castle of sorts, which I don't really remember the whole premise of, but that one apparently had like a time mechanic that just made it so that I could never finish it. And then I seem to remember one that might have been like where you're in the city and trying to escape or something. I could be wrong though, but yeah, that's the second one. Okay. I just don't remember what they're called, all of them. I'm actually curious. I want to figure out which ones have I actually played. Now I'm curious. Let's see here. I think the one that one of the ones that I played is the one called, at least in English, it's called The Mystery of the Talking Sundial, or in Danish, Mysteriet om det talende solur. Played that one. And I think the other one that I've played is, I guess, the fourth game in the series, called The Shadow of Mr. Shade, or Skumlesen Skygge. Apparently also the name of it, and or maybe it was The Revenge of Mr. Shade, aka Skumlesens Hell. I don't remember which one it was, because I'm trying to look at some images and I don't remember which one it was that I tried playing those. We did try and get a look at how the second game looked. Ah, yeah, that one. That is The Great Treasure Hunt, or Den Store Skattejagt. That one I know I've played at least at one point, but I don't remember too much about that one, other than the fact that it, I think, had a whole time-based mechanic that I was never able to basically figure out. I think even with the help of my parents. Apparently that's a category on Twitch that you can actually stream under. What the hell? Oh well. Cast 1 and that game been on your bucket list for years. Face when you completed it. Like, they are games made for kids, but they still have, like, I feel like for a lot of people from, like, that were born in the 90s, I feel like a lot of kids from there that play games at least probably played at least one of those games at one point. So, at least Danish kids probably played at least one of those games. I feel like it was, I could be wrong, but I feel like it was probably mostly boys that probably played the Magnus and Muggen games, because I think they were kind of like, I don't know, I'm forgetting the word for it, like targeted at boys, I guess. And then there was the Pixelina games that were probably targeted more towards girls. Because I'm pretty sure that my little sister at least played a lot of Pixelina games. when she was like really, really young. The era of education games. Yep. Even though some of the education parts were kind of like, okay, here's a puzzle, and you're just sitting there as a like, I don't know, 5 to 8-year-old, like, I have no idea what any of this means because it's maybe like intended for like slightly older kids. You're just kind of like, I have no idea how to solve this. Because I remember just I think it was like in the sundial of the games, I just ran around in like circles trying to like use all the items on everything that I could find, because I was just like, I have no idea how to solve this puzzle or how to get further in it. Like, what do I do? And then it turns out that, oh, you actually need to go like click on some screen in order to go to an area that you don't see necessarily. Or that, oh, I actually missed an item that I could pick up somewhere that isn't obvious. What the hell is this? Rocket science? You remember in math class, you played an Egyptian game with the math problems. I know that in, I think it was like, I know there is a game with math, at least, that I think my little brother and little sister played. I didn't end up playing it because it was like it's like, I guess it hadn't come out yet or something like that. When I took those, or when I was that age, basically in school. But it was something called like, I don't really know what the English title is. I'm assuming it's probably something like Math in Moontown or something, because the Danish name is, I believe, Matematik Imodeby. I think something like that. But I know that a lot of kids that are like, or a lot of people that are like slightly younger than I am, like maybe in their like, from like maybe around like 25 to 20, might have played those games. But yeah, I'm pretty sure at least that my younger siblings basically played those games, had to play them basically in math class. I think probably some other kids as well have heard it, but heard Grant talking a lot about it. Yeah. There's actually also a game that I don't remember if I don't know if it was actually ever released as like a normal game of sorts. I think it was like a game that I got in like a cereal box like so many years ago. But speaking of older games, it's like it was a game where you had to, I think, build a rocket of some sort and basically have it travel to Mars, I think. But you had like a time limit. I don't think it was like an actually released official game. It was like, I think it was like one of those like small mini CDs that you like put in your CD drive or in your disk drive, I guess, on your PC, and it would load up. Like, I just remember some like old game like that, and I have never been able to figure out what it was called. Like, that is a game that I kind of want to try and play again, but I don't know what it's called. The mini CDs that ruined so many CD drives. I actually didn't know that they ruined CD drives. I just knew that that was a thing at some point. Like, for some reason, I don't know why. I guess because they were smaller and could be used if you didn't need as much space, I guess. Could go on a treasure hunt at some time. maybe. I feel like it would probably be extremely hard to find like a physical copy of it. But if I could find like a ROM of it, I could actually be tempted to try and play it on stream if I could get it to run, of course, because I have no idea. You got Doofa? True. Yeah, I just have no idea what the game is called even. Maybe it wasn't Mars, it might have been the moon or something. I don't remember the exact idea. To remember for breakfast. Should we call Avatar? I don't think she would even remember what it was. Just trying to search really quick because just in case I could quickly find it. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. Like, the problem is just that I seem to remember that I know that it's like a game where you're like on Earth trying to build a spaceship of some sort, and you like travel to or you send the spaceship to a planet. That's all I remember about the game. I don't really remember too many details other than that. Other than that, it was apparently on like the small mini CDs. That's all I really remember about it. Yeah. Guess we do technically have Alan on the Discord that we could ask about it, because he does work, if I remember correctly, like as like a, I guess a game archivist, or I guess that's probably the name for it, at the World Danish Library, so he might know what the game is, but who knows. As long as it's a Danish thing, he knows. Yeah, then it is just the question of if it's actually a Danish game or not, because I have no idea. I know it was at least translated into Danish. I have no idea if it was actually like a Danish produced game, because it could have been like some random game that was just put in like a, I don't know, Kellogg's Corn Flakes or some other like cereal box, because I have, like, in terms of what cereal it was from, I have no clue, because it was like over like around like 20 years ago that I played that game. Like maybe even more than 20 years ago, so it's like it's a long time ago that I played it, so I don't really have too many memories of it. But you did find the one you talked about. Okay. So I should probably get going with the dialogue in the game so I don't end up sitting here for like 30 minutes or more, even though I think I've probably been sitting here for a while. Okay. That game. can't say I know about this game. Don't think I've seen it at least before. But I can definitely see it's like one of those like older games due to the graphics and everything. Like, when did this even come out? Also, just noticed something. Is that text what I think it is? Yep, some of the text on that website has Comic Sans. Oh my god. Why would you have Comic Sans on your website? Just like in the old PowerPoint show, honest. Yeah, like so many of the things in like that. There's that little like on the website. There's like I don't know what's called, like a picture like scroll thingy, like a bunch of pictures from the games. So many of the pictures, like, or the elements in those pictures just clash with each other in like an insane way. Like the graphics just don't match in any way. It's insane, some of this. Some of it is just like legit pictures of like some of the things are 3D rendered items. And then there's like other things where it's just, I don't know, small boxes with text. And then there's just straight up normal pictures that they've just taken and thrown in where you can see a border around the picture as well. Do I know what the educational games and Wizards of the Coast games have in common? No, I don't think I know what they have in common, necessarily. They're both should have making them. True. Although I do believe there are some Wizards of the Coast, or at least maybe not games that Wizards of the Coast have made, but I think games that Wizards of the Coast have sold the license for. I think some of those games are actually somewhat decent because they could also be wrong about that because it might not actually be Wizards of the Coast. I think it might actually be forgetting what company is it again that owns Warhammer? Because something outside of Wizards of the Coast is brilliant. Gamers Workshop, that was the ones. I believe Gamers Workshop is actually like I think their way of basically doing game license like companies is something where it's like they allow a company to or like a video game company to essentially work with a part of their like whole Warhammer, for example, universe, where it's like, oh, you can use these things and that's it. And then depending on like how much they trust like the game company, they apparently allow them to have access to more stuff, I guess. I think it's something like that. So you can't just game companies don't just get a license of like, oh yeah, you can work with everything within our Warhammer universe. They do something kind of smart to an extent with it. because it kind of makes it so that, hey, if it's a small company, you might not get a whole lot of it, like freedom with what you want to do with the license, but if you can prove that you're actually good at making a game, you might get a bigger, I don't know, bigger piece of the Warhammer pie, I guess you could call it, next time you made a game. See that on Relic's Masterpiece, Dawn of War to Soulstorm. I don't even know what that one is. Dawn of War. Bruh. Listen, I just want to say this right off the bat. I know of the Warhammer universe. I haven't really, like, touched most of the franchise, mainly because I just never had any sort of interest in it. But from what I've seen, some parts of it looks interesting, but it just feels like it's not something that I currently at least want to start messing around with. I feel like certain like game genres or like series, if I basically say that I have never touched any of that stuff, I feel like some people are just gonna be absolutely pissed at me for not doing that. They kind of opened up for more games in the Armor 40k universe, since they are a lot of mobile games now. Alright. If you like Warcraft theme, then you would love Dawn of War 1. Okay. I from what I remember, I did like playing at least just the campaign of Warcraft 3. Not so much maybe the new version, but I haven't touched that. But from what I have seen, the remastered, reforged, whatever the hell it's called, is apparently it might not be like bad, but it's not exactly great either, from what I understand. It seems like a lot of the fans of the games just were kind of like, yeah, this is not really what we wanted. And apparently you can't download the original version of Warcraft 3 anymore, if my understanding is correct.
Damn it. She's onto us.
Don't panic, we planned for this. We'll act as decoys while Rendere brings her down. Go, go.
We started. Suggested in the alpha they should add an ability power in them. Threat to Riot and Valve games. Spell users in the game. Shit in scaling.
Wait, not yet. There's no need to rush this. Sod it. Always so headstrong. Bugger me, my head. I can't. No. No. Come back here. Finish it, you bloody bastard. Finish me. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I'll not let it end like this. I promise. I'll kill that god's damned beast if it's the last thing I do.
Hey. What was that just now? I've had headaches before, but the way you were thrashing about wasn't like anything I've ever felt. By the gods. And I thought we were lucky just to catch a glimpse of Andrea, but you're also telling me you were granted a vision of her past with this power of yours? Though, 2 warriors killed while hunting a great horned beast, a beast their surviving companion vows to slay in revenge. I have heard this tale before, I know it. But, it is a common enough sort of tale, I suppose. And regardless, she is gone. Come, let us return to the Crystarium and celebrate your accomplishment.
Okay. Back to the Crystarium then. I think we've talked about like Danish games and whatnot, or these games that at least have been released in Danish. Kind of feel like I might want to try and see if I could maybe play a Danish game at one point. It could be fun at least. Try. Which is just which one to play. Guess could technically be one of the Mouse and Mutant games, because I do believe I still have one of the I think I still have the like sundial one somewhere. I think it might be in one of my bed rollers under my bed or something.
The table is set. And so I bid you raise a glass with me, that together we might toast your spectacular accomplishment. There's really nothing quite like a hearty meal after a job well done. Drink up, my friend, drink up. Had your fill? I've another few bottles ready and waiting to be opened. No. Oh, very well, if you insist. It occurs to me, my good woman, that I have yet to ask you your name. So quickly did we forge our friendship that I hardly noticed until now. Shauna Majula. Reek and Shauna. Yes, I rather like the sound of that. Reek and Shauna, the daring duo. The brave bounty hunters, the scourge of sin eaters. Once we have slain Andrea, not a soul in Norvrend will not know our names. They shall ring out all across the realm. Ah, but I should dwell over much on the victory before the struggle. A wise hunter is prepared and patient. 'Twould be prudent to send double, nay triple the agents afield to seek out promising new leads.
If I didn't know any better, I'll say you're a billionaire. You sure it's wise to spend your money so freely? Oh, the first one.
Worried about the budget for our brave endeavor? Well, don't be. I am prepared to fund our activities as needed, no expense shall be spared. None whatsoever.
Okay. Freedom from privilege.
There she is. Shauna, come to rejoin her bosom companion in the great hunt. It is well that you have, for I have obtained new information concerning a sighting of Andrea on Colusia. The fiend has transformed yet another deadly mark, a great bear in this instance, into an even deadlier eater. And so it falls to Reek and Shauna to slay the newborn eater and continue their pursuit of Norvryn's most notorious virtue. To Colusia and to glory.
Okay, so alter right and find him.
Let us brook no further delay and commence our search. Separately, as before in Amorang. If you catch the eater first, I grant you leave to kill it without me. I trust you will not be disappointed if the reverse were to occur? Surely not, surely not. I myself will be most put out if I happen to lose to you a second time, and so, on that note, may the best hunter win.
Okay. Search for the bear-like sin eater.
You survey your surroundings, but find no trace of the bear you seek.
And I had a feeling that was going to be the case. This.
Despite looking far and wide, you fail to find any trace of the bear you seek. Perhaps Lurik was indeed the better hunter this day.
Go and find him.
To the victor go the spoils and to the loser, bugger all. Wicked White, don't tell me you're the little lordling's newest bosom companion? After the bear, were you? Sorry, sinner, but you've come too late. We claimed the bounty not but a few bells ago. Hate to say it, Shauna, but it seems we're late to the party. Lanbert and his mate slew the bear before we could. So it's true, then, you've cast your lot in with the boy. You poor, daft sod. But I don't understand. The eater was a newborn. How could you possibly have learned of it and gotten here before we did? Well, see, that's the problem with relying on hired help. They're loyal to your coin, not you, and you're not the only one willing to open his purse. But more importantly, Reek, what's this I hear about you hunting Andrea? With help I mean, rather than all by your lonesome. I've a distinct memory of you storming off in a huff saying you didn't need me or anyone else to finish the job. Tell me I'm wrong. Do as you like. Help or no, you've no chance of beating me to the prize, cause unlike you, I'm not all talk, and neither are me mates. Speaking of mates, how much did it cost you to buy her friendship? Do tell. Piss off, Lanbird. Why are you still here? You got your mark, didn't you? You should choose your friends more carefully, sinner. When it all goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. You have questions, I am sure. As you may have surmised, Lanbird was once a comrade of mine. I took him into my service that we might hone our skills battling Sin Eaters in preparation for facing Andrea. However, I soon came to see that he was not all that capable of a hunter, and so I dissolved our working relationship. Unfortunately, he did not take it in stride, and instead resolved to recruit new companions that he might beat me at my own game. It would seem that his fortunes have improved greatly of late. So much so that I fear we can no longer afford to dedicate time to tracking lesser eaters and must devote our undivided attention to the pursuit of Andrea. As such, we should be getting back to the Crystarium, but before we depart, I have one other matter to attend to in Yulemoor. If I might trouble you to accompany me? Ah, but of course you will. Let us be off.
Okay. So, where in Yulemoor? I'm assuming possibly up near the top? Maybe. Yep, and over in the beehive. Did not expect that, to be honest. Red raid from the cloud. Thank you for the raid, Nicarat. I think that's... I'm assuming that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. I think I'm just gonna go with the Nick, but thanks for the raid. Let me just quickly do the... I'm forgetting what the command again. That is... There it is. Shout out and... Just going to do the shout out stuff. There's that one, and I own the one. Fantasy XIV as well. Nice. Yeah, how was your stream? Also, thanks for the follow, Nick, and it's Nikki. Tried a lot. What were you actually doing in Final Fantasy XIV? Like, Nikki D? Okay. Evolt. Ah. Makes sense. He tried. Our boy, yep. The Vault cutscene is probably, I feel like, one of the first times of many that a Final Fantasy player will basically be like, where there's probably a chance for tears because of a cutscene. Get used to it, it's gonna happen a lot. But yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm currently doing some side quests that are technically required for Shadowbringers. That you only need to do one of, but if you do all of them, you get a title and some extra stuff, I believe. But yeah, I'm currently doing the one for melee and physical ranged DPS. That's a role quest because I think it was Friday last week I did the healer and tank ones, and I did the magic DPS all the way back when I did Shadowbringers. I just look, then you need to prepare for a party soon, or to raid and dash. Also to avoid spoilers yourself. That's completely fine. Like, I'm usually like, if someone appears in my, like, starts watching my streams, and they haven't gotten to the point where I'm currently at in the stream, I'm usually like I will literally say, don't watch the stream then, because I don't want people to basically get spoiled on the story. Thankfully, there's not going to be too many spoilers, hopefully, like on screen, other than just like small minor things, but it's kind of hard to avoid spoilers when you're doing like things that are actually required for the game. You're Canadian, so say sorry 10 times per se sentence. I feel like that is kind of the stereotype for Canadians. Yeah. As Pablo says, he has no idea what Final Fantasy XIV is about, but I feel like that's also because he did join in when I think it was either doing some of the last bits of Stormblood, or maybe it was like when I was starting up the Shadowbringers. Is this the ERP bar? Technically, it's called the Beehive. Is that an old app? No, but you can probably find something like that in one of the housing districts. If you go to any of the housing districts on the right servers, you can probably find something like that. The map was rounded. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna open up any map or anything like that right now, just to avoid spoiling you. But this is like a Shadowbringers area. That's all I'm gonna say. So yeah, it is quite far ahead, but it's some place you'll basically be going at some point. That's all I'll say. Why are not allowed to see character dancing? I mean, at one point you're kind of forced, I believe, to go up here and basically click on something to dance. As part of the main story, but that's basically about it. Then it's just kind of like the in my case, it's a play a female aura. It's basically this you just do. So, yeah. I feel like this place probably doesn't have too many spoilers, at least this small area, since it doesn't give any sort of context for anything. Oh my god. Hey. I feel like I recognize that character, but I could also be wrong. How rude. Hey, I'm not the one who is using the sound effects. But yeah, I'll just say this right away, Nick. I'm gonna be continuing with this quest line, so if you want to avoid potential spoilers, because I don't really know what is gonna be said here, and also where we're going after this stuff, there's probably gonna be spoilers, but probably without any sort of context. Potentially, I'll just say, watch at your own risk. But there's potentially gonna be something, so if you want to avoid spoilers, which I will highly recommend, because I will personally say Shadowbringers and Endwalker are probably some of the best expansions like of all Final Fantasy XIV. Heavensward is probably like right below them in terms of like the story, but like try to avoid spoilers for Shadowbringers and Invoker as much as possible. Spoiler alert, exactly. But at least there won't be any like direct main story spoilers, to at least to an extreme extent here, but still. But yeah, just a warning, because I'm gonna continue with the quest now, because that is basically what I'm doing currently. So again, thanks for the follow and the raid, and good luck with the rest of Final Fantasy XIV, because trust me, you might have beaten the vault now, it's gonna get worse. But also better. But yeah. Oh. Listen, anyone who has played through the entire main story will basically be like, it gets better, but it also gets worse. And be prepared to cry a lot, or at least get teary-eyed a lot. Nanamo's alive, that's all that mattered to you. Fair. But yeah, I'll go ahead and talk to Lurik, I think that's how you're supposed to pronounce his name, and continue with this potato supremacy. Yep. But yeah, again, if you want to avoid spoilers, I would basically just not watch and listen to the stream at least. Just saying that again, because I would hate to basically be the one that ends up spoiling something in the story of Final Fantasy XIV at least. I think Ishi would love Nick. Yep. Since Ishin does play a Lalafell. But yeah. Lurk now, need to go shower and prepare. It's been, yeah, fun streaming. Thank you, Nick, and again, thanks for the follow and the raid. And good luck with the party.
Shauna, allow me to introduce you to my father and mother. Father, this is my traveling companion, and dear friend, Shauna.
Okay, so that's his parents.
She and I have resolved to hunt a particularly deadly sin eater. Indeed, I cannot overstate how terribly dangerous this eater is, that to pursue it is to court death itself. However, when we at last triumph over the fiend, all of Norvrend shall sing our praises.
It does kind of make sense that he would be from here, since his clothes are kind of fancy, which kind of makes sense it would be from Mulemore. Mother and father, this swinger club. To where this leads to. I don't think it's supposed to be much of a swinger club, it's more just like a, I guess, entertainment bar sort of thing, because it does provide food and drink. It just has like entertainment, I guess, on the stage.
Won't that be wonderful, Father? So long as you do not sully our good name, you are free to hunt whatever quarry you desire. I can do without all the petty details. Now then, how much do you require this time? Out with it? Oh, never mind. Just give the boy my coin purse, would you? I am sure it will suffice for his trivial pursuits. That is why you are here, is it not? Another handout. Don't play coy. You've never been any good at it? You know, I honestly don't know why I came here. Keep your coin, Father. We're leaving, Shauna. Right now.
Okay. So, back to the Crystarium. And speak with him again, so we can basically continue with the quest. I think this was the level 74 quest. Could be wrong though. Was it? Yep, 74. So that means we have 76 next, then 78, and then 3 quests left. And then we'll basically be done. I do get the feeling though that I'm not gonna getting enough XP to basically hit level 80 Samurai before we get there.
Forgive me, Shauna, but I would forego the wine on this occasion. Father's lackluster reception has put me in rather dour spirits. As you may have gathered from our exchange, I am a free citizen of Yulemoor. Owing to my parents' considerable wealth, I have enjoyed a relatively privileged upbringing. Privileged, and unbearably boring, which is why I quit the city and resolved to become a bounty hunter. I am no fool, though. I am well aware of my fortunate circumstances, which is why I elected to conceal them from the people of the Crystarium. People are wont to jump to uncharitable conclusions.
Time for a hydrate. I'm gonna have to go and grab some water because I basically finished my tea like, I don't know, an hour and 30 minutes ago or something like that. Do I have water? No, unfortunately I don't. But I did have tea to begin at the start of the stream. I just don't bring water in here right away because I don't want to basically have lukewarm water. God, bye. Isn't Pablo? If I basically bring tea at the start of the stream, I'm not gonna bring water. That's just what I do.
I feel as though you and I have established a rapport, though, and so I thought it best to bring you into my confidence. I pray you refrain from telling others.
I'm not here. I wonder who said that. I'll go and grab some water as soon as I'm done, as soon as the quest is basically done.
Now then, since Lambert has decided to turn this into a race, we have no choice but to oblige him and slay Andrea before he does. This calls for a veritable army of hired hands. Alas, in a fit of frustration, I refused Father's coin. Without additional resources, we have no choice but to conduct the search by ourselves. Moreover, I am rather embarrassed to admit that I can pay you only a token sum at this time. But I trust that will not deter you from joining me anon.
I don't know, I have to think on it. I was never in this for the guild.
Really? I mean, of course you weren't. Perish the thought. Ha ha ha.
Alright. I'll go and grab some water then, and then I'll be back. So I'll be back for like, at most, like, a minute. Yeah, be back in just a bit. Okay, I'm back. With some water. Nice. Not that cold water, to be honest. Could probably have let the sink run for a little bit longer before I start pouring, but it's good enough at least. Refreshing at least. Okay, the Hunter's Legacy. I wonder if this is the one where we're gonna fighting as her or not. Don't remember if that's 60.
Shauna, my friend. Thank the gods you're here.
I don't remember if it's in the 76 or 78 quest that you basically do the Echo fight. That seems to be the thing you do in every single one of these.
Ever since we parted ways, I've been exhausting myself running all over the Crystarium, questioning anyone and everyone, hoping someone might have seen Andrea, but alas.
On the Crystarium? So you haven't gone outside even for a bit?
Well, of course. Surely this is the limit of what a man with meager financial resources can accomplish? But never mind all that. For it but recently dawned on me that the vision you beheld of Rendere's past could hold the clues for which we have been desperately searching. When you first described it to me, I felt as though I had heard it before, and I had. My wet nurse had told me the exact same story when I was still a boy. 'Twas a tale of a courageous hunter who together with her comrades embarked on a quest to slay a notorious mark, a great horned beast. They came upon their quarry in a desert, and there attempted to lay it low. Alas, the beast had a singular strength, and the hunter a fatal weakness, and so in the ensuing struggle her comrades were killed, leaving her, the sole survivor, to swear vengeance. Would you not agree that your vision is a perfect match for this tale? Then there can be no doubt. Rendere is the celebrated hunter, the hero I so admired in my childhood. After that tragic day, the hunter resolved not to rely upon others and instead slew the beast by herself. She somehow found a way to compensate for her weakness. Anyway, my recollection of the tale is likely riddled with errors. We should ask Miss Alvara to recount it in full. She was a bounty hunter herself before she entered into our service, you know. Also, in light of all this, I should share with you an interesting theory concerning all the virtues I heard from a fellow hunter. Apparently, each appears to be driven by particular memories, moments that forever changed each of these fallen heroes. Makes sense, doesn't it? Rendere being a hunter of notorious marks in life and in death. I don't know why it never occurred to me before. But if that is indeed the reason for why she behaves as she does, then the more we learn about Rendere's adventures, the better our chances of predicting where she'll turn up. All the more reason to go and see my former wet nurse. Miss Alvaro lives in Gate Town, on Colucia. Let us be off, then.
Okay. So let's to the right. So it was Gate Town, up on the outskirts.
Oh, hello there. Are you a friend of Reek's?
Shauna, this is Miss Alvara, the wet nurse who raised me for practically the entirety of my childhood. She was bonded to my family and lived with us in the city at the time, but when I came of age she was forced to leave.
My, you've grown into such a strapping young man. But, I can't imagine you came to Gate Town just to pay me a visit, my little Reek.
Not in front of her, if you please. But to answer your question, we did in fact come to see you. There were stories you told me as a child of a courageous hunter. Was that hunter perchance the warrior of light, Rendere?
Of all the reasons you could have had. Those stories were of Rendere. The greatest bounty hunter of her day, the legend so many aspired to become. Less so, after the flood. It was still fresh in everyone's minds when I was younger, and for all the good they had done in life, none could deny the chaos they sowed in death. As sin eaters. But despite all of that, me and my mates still looked up to her. We knew all her feats and swore to preserve them, in secret if need be, that she might inspire future generations as she had ours. So years and years later, when you wanted to hear tales of adventure and heroism, I couldn't help but share with you the ones nearest and dearest to my heart. I only wish I hadn't had to change all the names.
Then it's true. The hero who I looked up to as a child, whose tales of daring do drove me to take up the bow, as you had, to pester you for training that I might become a bounty hunter, it was her. Miss Alvara. Shauna and I are hunting Andrea, and we believe that one of the stories you shared with me may help guide our search. Namely, the one about the great horned beast that killed her friends. Will you tell it to me again?
Hey there, Jason. You came with the rat rate. Right, that's fine. How am I? I'm fine. Just doing some role quests in Shadowbringer expansion of Final Fantasy XIV. How about you? How are you doing? Also, just letting you know, I let Nick know this as well earlier. If you have not caught up with the, I would say, let's see here. What is it called again? If you're not caught up with the main story in Final Fantasy XIV up to the end of Shadowbringers, and you don't want to be spoiled, I would highly recommend just either not watching the stream or lurking, because there's probably going to be spoilers, and I made sure to say that as well to Nick. Okay. Good, let me refresh as you're not with the raid anymore. Okay. Playing since 2013. Okay, that's good. That's okay then. I just don't want to be a potential spoiler for people that have never played it before, because I have personally been spoiled on a few minor things, but they were still things that I would have preferred not to be spoiled on, but I just don't want to potentially spoil anyone. How far am I in the story? I have completed all the way to the current patch in terms of the MSQ, and I've done all of the raids. I think I've technically unlocked basically all of the side dungeons, raids, trials, or everything like that. I haven't done the Endwalker raids or trials on Extreme or Savage yet, and I haven't done any ultimates. So that's sort of content that I haven't done quite yet. I've basically caught up just doing side stuff now. Yeah, pretty much. Today I finished up the Anton, what is it called again? Custom deliveries. I got that maxed out. Currently finishing up the last role quest that I have in Shadowbringers, so that I can basically finish up all of those, because I did the tank and healer last week, and I did the caster one while I was basically doing Shadowbringers, since I basically had to switch from, I believe it was from ninja to summoner, because my ninja basically ended up maxing out on levels. And once I'm done with all of this and the extra quests after that, I'm basically thinking of doing some housing stuff, because I managed to get a mansion like a few weeks ago. The only problem is just that I need to get a ton of items to basically decorate it, and I basically decided to grab a bunch of things from my retainers and things I had collected. And now my inventory is basically full, so I need to basically craft some stuff so I can get rid of some of the things, because I have basically no space. I think I have like, I don't know, I think at most 12 spaces left in my inventory currently. So, yeah. Thanks for inviting you. You're like 3 weeks behind on that. I mean, I didn't start until like, I think this is the... I've done it every single week, Anton's custom delivery stuff. But I didn't do it from like when it was released. I only did like, what is it, like 4, 5? I can't remember how many weeks it is, but I basically have only done it so that I would have been able to finish it now by essentially doing it the max amount of times, keeping up with new stuff. I'm kind of the same. Like in terms of like the story, I didn't finish Endwalker until like August last year, so it took me like over half a year. To be honest, I did also only start Shadowbringers like around May, I think it was, last year. It was kind of far behind on that. And then it took me forever to basically do any of the patch stuff, like patch quests in Endwalker. I don't think I finished those until like, I don't remember, it was like during 6.2 that I did those. Somewhat close to 6.3, I think. It might have been when the Mandible quests were released, or at least the relic weapon. I think that was when, around there, that I did the patch quests for Endwalker. But I'm gonna try at least to stay somewhat updated for now with the MSQ, since I'm now actually fully caught up with it. So I really don't want to get spoiled on stuff. Usually try to do the MSQ quickly after it comes out, just because of spoilers. Yeah. But the rest is kind of like, get to it, yeah. But yeah, I feel like MSQ is the most important thing, but I feel like people are usually also pretty good at not spoiling things. Like, the only things they'll maybe do stuff with is stuff from the trailer shown during the live letter, and that's about it. People usually don't spoil too much with like, oh, this is what happens during this quest line. Usually, at least not from what I've tend to see. But yeah, it depends on what you consider spoilers. That's true, but like bosses and stuff, yeah. I feel like usually bigger things that are like what you would basically consider bigger things, like if it's bosses during, like, if let's say that there's a new dungeon, if it's like, oh, these are some of the bosses during it, except for the last boss, it's people are probably okay with seeing like, oh, there's a, I don't know, a doll sort of boss during this dungeon, but the last boss is usually more important, and the trials, those things I feel like they usually try to not spoil with unless it's been shown in the... I feel like what's shown in the trailer for the patch is usually what people find okay to basically show stuff with. So like, hey, this boss was shown during the trailer, we are allowed to talk about it, but still make sure it's basically, make sure to highlight it as, hey, potential spoilers. just in case anyone that hasn't caught up with like at least Endwalker or current patch sort of stuff don't get spoiled. Like my TTS for the quest, yeah. I basically just use it purely for any like dialogue stuff where there's no voice acting, because I tried basically reading aloud every single bit of dialogue that wasn't voice acted when I started, like playing back in 2021, like during A Realm Reborn. And I think I got to around, I don't even remember. I think I got like 3, maybe 4 or streams in, and then I was just like, my throat and like just mouth in general just hurts due to the amount of reading that I had to do. Because of, like, as I said, I read everything aloud, and when you consider how much dialogue is in this game, it started hurting a lot. So I basically went like, yeah, I'm just gonna use a text-to-speech to just get through this, because it allows me to not, or it basically allows it to be read aloud, so it's a little bit more, to an extent, voice acted at least, even though the voice acting is not exactly the greatest when it's done with the text-to-speech, and it sometimes has problems pronouncing certain things, which has kind of become a slight joke in the on the streams, because things like worm, like the sort of dragon sort of thing, also thanks for the follow, like worm and sylph, the text-to-speech has no idea how to pronounce that. So instead of saying it in some weird way, it just spells it out. That's basically become a meme, or a joke on, like, in my streams, where it just goes WYRM. That's what it does. Or the same thing with Sylph. But for some reason, it was actually able to, I believe at some point, it was able to pronounce Sylvic, but not Sylph. And I don't know why. Also, for some reason, depending on which voice is used, they sometimes have problems pronouncing certain words as well. So that the male voice sometimes has problems with certain words, and the female voice has problems with other words. And I don't know why. It's weird. And I've tried using some sort of potential fix that could maybe fix it, but it didn't 100% work. It kind of made it so that certain names were at least pronounced more correctly. For example, I believe Estinian was pronounced in a kind of fucked way before, but now it's actually pronounced a somewhat accurate way, but it's not ideal, but it does the job at least. But yeah, I may just want it on in case anyone who has dyslexia or just trouble reading can basically follow along with the story without me having to basically destroy my vocal cords trying to read everything aloud. Because there is one of my friends who watches the streams from time to time, who goes by Ishi. Why am I forgetting the first part of his name now? Ishirin Ryuko. He has basically dyslexia, so I kind of have it on in case he watches, even though he has already like caught up like a long time ago to the streams. But in case anyone else with dyslexia joins or watches the stream, they can at least follow along. Plus, it makes it so that I don't sit here in like silence for like 5 minutes just reading the text. Yeah, it works to an extent at least.
Wicked White, is that? Oh, my little Reek. Very well.
Although I did have some problems when I started using it to begin with, where it would sometimes repeat the thing that I had just read aloud, and it would then not work probably on the next, like, dialogue box, but I managed to fix it at least. I do also have some problems where sometimes I end up accidentally skipping dialogue boxes a bit too fast, so it's like, I accidentally cut off like the last line or so because I either forgot that it wasn't that far, or sometimes my fingers twitch and I accidentally click the either mouse button or the button on my keyboard. Basically advance the text. Yeah, that happens from time to time, but it's not that often because I usually just try to not touch the keyboard or mouse while the dialogue is happening.
Even as a young hunter, Rendere's incredible hearing was unparalleled. She could track her quarry through a forest by the most minute sounds of their passing, from miles away, even, by some accounts.
Here. Minute? Is it pronounced? I think it's probably supposed to be pronounced minute. I think it gets most of the text correct at least, although it sometimes also just butchers words because it doesn't read the first part of it because there's a hyphen or something like that.
Even the most subtle and stealthy beasts never eluded her for long. A misplaced foot, a snapped branch, eventually, Rendere would know, and her aim was always good and true. As she grew older and honed her skills further, she set her eyes on bigger prizes. She became a hunter of notorious marks, and together with her comrades earned fame and fortune. As their reputation swelled, so too did their egos. Only the most dangerous game would suffice. And so they resolved to hunt the scourge of Norvrend, the devourer of souls, Balamquits. But what Rendere did not realize was that her greatest strength would prove her undoing, for when she faced Balamquits, the beast roared with such force that it brought her to her knees. Helpless, she could only watch as it claimed the lives of her beloved comrades and fled.
It's good enough, but it's not really gonna understand context for homonyms. I don't really know what a homonym is, to be honest. To be honest, my English is not my native language either, so that might be something. Okay, words that are basically spelled the same way but are pronounced in different ways. Those words, yeah. That makes sense, because I guess there's like, yeah, the context of the word. Minute versus minute. Yeah. There are a lot of those. But yeah, it does its best at least, which is good enough for what I'm using it for at least. So it could be a lot worse, it could just be butchering everything it says. You don't really know what is unless you have sentence context, yeah. But it just tries reading it. It does also, for some reason, sometimes have problems where just like, it won't read anything for whatever reason, I don't know why. But it happens rarely. But yeah, it works for what I'm using it for, so most of the times that's good at least.
After burying the hunters and vowing that she would one day avenge them, she took to the road once more. She met Artbert and his fellow warriors of light, and for a time she accompanied the fledgling heroes on their adventures.
Did I actually also introduce the text-to-speech that I used to another streamer that I'm friends with called Angie Knight, I believe her full name is on Twitch at least. She basically started, or she had played Final Fantasy XIV some time ago, and then basically started up again like a few months ago. But I don't know if it's the dyslexia she has, or if it's just some other reading problems, something like that at least. But she basically had some trouble reading the quest texts sometimes. So I suggested this, and apparently it worked out pretty well for her. Because, yeah, it's... I feel like this is a thing that Square Enix should actually just introduce to the game, just like a yes, is this what we call usability thing? It's like, it could be nice to have it so that if people have problems reading the text in accessibility, that's what it's called. Yeah, like, there are certain things that I really think that they should introduce in terms of accessibility, and just a simple text-to-speech thing would make so many players happy, I think, because even just players that don't even need it as an accessibility feature, but just like, hey, I don't want to sit and read every single bit of dialogue, even just like on their own, because some players just don't have the attention span for that. So like, if Square Enix went out and just got a extremely simple text-to-speech thing set up, that would, like, even just introduce this into the game and just tweak it a bit to maybe make it function a little bit better, that would work. I'm pretty sure that most players would basically be happy with that. To just have like a simple accessibility feature with like text-to-speech. And then maybe do something where it's like, hey, it won't activate during voice cutscenes, because currently I have to basically figure out, is this a voice cutscene or not, and then turn it off by a key binding. So that's sometimes something I have to be doing during the MSQ, where it's like, okay, look at the cutscene. Does it look in any specific way, or like, can I see that the animation is slightly more advanced or something? What other languages do I speak? I guess the only other language that I speak fluently is Danish, because that's my like native language. I can't really speak it or write it, but to an extent I can at least understand Swedish and Norwegian. But that's mainly just because we're kind of taught a little bit of Swedish and Norwegian in Danish schools during our Danish classes. And also the languages are kind of similar, so we can to an extent understand what each other are saying. I can understand a very small amount of German and Spanish, because I had that as classes in like school as well, but I didn't do well in either of them. So I know very, very little, but I can to an extent understand some parts of both languages, and I can also understand a very small amount of Japanese, but that's mainly just because of anime. But yeah, that's basically my knowledge when it comes to languages. Mainly just Danish and English, because that's what I'm used to. But yeah. Makes sense, yeah. Like, yeah, just I've never been really good at like learning most languages, and the only reason I'm very fluent in English, thank you. I think that's mainly because I've consumed so much English media, is the reason why I've then become, I would say, pretty fluent in English, at least compared to a lot of Danes, because a decent amount of Danish, like, I would say probably around like, let's say 60 to maybe 70, I could be wrong on those numbers. Like 60 to 70% of the Danish population can probably speak or at least speak or understand English. But it might not be like to a great extent, some of them, because it kind of varies a lot. Some people are like extremely bad at English in Denmark, but they can at least somewhat hold a conversation, but their pronunciation and vocabulary is kind of and it's like a heavy Danish accent. And then there's some that are like pretty much just native English speakers, like barely any accent, really good vocabulary, and so on. I feel like I'm kind of like above average, probably, in terms of the skill, or in terms of English, but as I said, I have also been consuming a lot of English media. Trying to teach yourself Spanish, but it's going very slowly. Yeah, that's understandable. From what I remember of Spanish, there's like the whole... I'm not entirely sure what you would call it, like gendered words or something like that. Like where a word can be either masculine, feminine, and I don't remember if it was Spanish or if it was German. I remember that one of them had neutral words as well. I think that might be German. Neutral as well? Okay, so I guess it might be Spanish then that had the neutral words, and then German doesn't have it, because I seem to remember that there was something like that. Notice Indian Spanish as other languages. Okay. Yeah, like that whole part just kind of messed with me as well when I was trying to learn Spanish, but I did only have it for like 2 years at one point, and I honestly didn't really pay too much attention to it. I was just kind of forced to have some sort of language class, and I just knew I didn't want to have German, because I had that during grade school and I absolutely sucked at it. You're pretty sure that Spanish doesn't have neutral pronouns? Okay. I honestly couldn't tell you if that's true or not, because as I said, my knowledge of Spanish is extremely limited. I only just know some words and phrases, but I couldn't even say them right now if I wanted to, because it's just, if I hear it, like someone say a Spanish phrase, I can sometimes be like, I can maybe be like, oh yeah, I kind of remember some of those words. I can maybe get a feeling for what they are maybe saying, and the same is kind of the same with German, where it's like, I can maybe get a feeling for it, but when they start throwing in words that don't sound anything like what I know about, like Schmetterling, which I believe is butterfly in German, it starts being like, yeah, I have no idea what they're saying. And like when it comes to Japanese, it's basically just like, oh yeah, this sounds like something I've heard in an anime before, and that's about it. Like, I just hear a word where it's like, oh yeah, I think that's usually said in this sort of context. I guess that's what's probably being said now. That's basically my knowledge in terms of languages.
To them, she was a breath of fresh air, a vibrant young woman who savored every moment and found joy in the simple pleasures. They knew not of her fallen friends or how their deaths weighed heavy upon her still.
I guess when it comes to languages, it's technically a different type of language, but I do also know some programming stuff, since I do have it in education with that. So I guess technically you could say that I also know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But I don't really think those are like what you would normally say are languages that you know robot speech pretty much. Although, if you start asking me to like translate binary, that's like, nah, that's not gonna happen because I can't translate that. That's true robot speech. Like ones and zeros, I can't speak that language at all. I needed like a translator for that stuff. But making a website, I can do that at least. And that's basically the extent of what I can do with those languages.
The party wandered the realm, performing many great deeds and growing ever stronger, as did Rendere. While in Calusia, she even devised a means to defend against the powerful roar that had been her downfall that fateful day. And then, while engaged in an adventure in Raktikat, a rumor reached Rendere's ears. Balamquitz, Scourge of Norvrand, Devourer of Souls, had been spotted wandering the Sisha swamps. 'Twas a golden opportunity, but to seize it would be to face the beast alone. She could not wait for Ardbert and the others, nor could she ask that they forsake their sworn duty. But perhaps it was just as well, for the memory of her defeat still haunted her. The courageous hunter had allowed a single fear to take root in her heart, the fear of losing her new companions as she had her old.
Wait, Crystal, you're referring to the Ignorite Fireball? Because those are the ones we teleport to in the game. Like, they're all over the place, although some of them look different.
So it was that Rendere ventured forth in secret, resolved to slay her hated foe, Balamquitz, alone. And with all her strength and guile the legendary hunter did just that. Vengeance claimed, she rejoined Ardbert and the others, and never spoke of the terrible battle twixt her and the dread beast. From that day forward, she was Rendere, the warrior of light, and the deeds of her and her comrades would be celebrated forevermore.
It's strange to think that the woman I admired when I was young would become the sin eater I swore to slay.
What she became doesn't change who she was. Even if the tales were a little embellished over the years, they were rooted in truth. She was and will always be a hero to me, and to you, I hope.
Thank you, Miss Alvara, for everything. I promise I will visit you again soon. So, Shauna, remember that theory I told you before about the virtues being driven by powerful memories? If Andrea is reenacting the journey leading up to her confrontation with Balamquitz, the one that took her from Amburang to Calusia, then her next destination must be
Raktika, I'm guessing? The Kingdom of Rainbows Ilmig. Raktika Greatwood, wasn't it?
Right. That was where she laid low the beast at last, in the Sisha swamps, to be precise.
I was actually kind of tempted to maybe say back there. Go and see our good friend, our branch. It will.
And so that is where we shall go. Let us away.
Even though I did kind of see
Now listen,
today.
There's an awful lot people don't know about Rendere. Or the world, for that matter. So wherever you go and whatever you see, remember not to take it at face value. Don't just accept what others tell you as good and true. Listen to your heart and decide for yourself. And be safe. Shauna, was it? It is such a pleasure to meet a friend of Reek's. His parents never hesitated to provide him with all the wealth and opportunities they could, but when it came to love and support, well, all I can say is that it is a miracle that boy turned out as well as he did. One can never have too many friends or too much support. That goes for you as well, I should think.
Off to Raktika. Off to go and hear some Lahi, I guess. Then it is daytime in, like, over there. Lahi. I love this song. Even though I will still agree with people that if you leave, when you leave a Town of Rebel, if it's daytime, it is the weirdest fucking thing of going from like, oh shit, huge like revelations, and then saying like, Lahi, like, what the fuck? One of my friends actually absolutely hates this song. Well, I actually don't know if I would say he hates it, but he has at least expressed not necessarily liking it too much. But I think that's maybe due to the fact that it played so much. And also just weird situations where it plays. It's a good one. I actually don't even remember today. Have I unlocked it? I feel like I did unlock it as a Castrion. Ah yeah, Civilizations. I think I might even have it set up to play in my house currently.
When I was little, Miss Alvarez seemed so much bigger and stronger than me. Though, to be perfectly honest, the way she carries herself even now bespeaks a confidence I cannot help but envy. But never mind that. We have a virtue to hunt. Let us commence our search at once, and keep your weapons at the ready, my friend.
Okay, solo duty time. Slightly more animated scene. That's probably because of that stuff.
Heh, about time our luck took a turn for the better. There she is. What? Now? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Let me guess. You fight as her against
I wish you were all here with me,
her enemy.
but I know it's better that you're not. We have a score to settle, you bloody bastard, and this time, I'm ready for your tricks.
We're gonna play as Renda, assuming. Yep. So now that this one happens. Okay, let's see, what do we have? We have prudence. I guess that can go. Let's see, we have attacks. I guess we can put that there, and an arrow there, and then I can put this one E. That's R, apparently, that I placed on E. There we go.
Vellum quits. Vengeance will be mine this day.
That has a 30-second cooldown. And if that's just it's rocked.
Just wait until I hit you with one of my dulling arrows. It worked. I've got you now, you bastard. You'll pay for taking them from me. Like I'll let you roar again. I've got plenty of arrows left. Yes, yes. Just like that?
Maybe using my heal a bit more often, because it doesn't actually heal as much as I thought it would.
Without your roar you're nothing. It was my fault. My failure. That's why I have to do it alone.
I think this is taking a while to kill.
If I'd only been this strong back then, they'd still be alive. You can feel it, can't you? The pain, the fear. Serves you right? What the? Where is this coming from? God. I won't let it end like this. We won't. God's damn it, Renda.
Oh.
Made it in the nick, I see. Are you hurt? Don't worry, I've got you. The lone wolf just had to do it on her own terms.
Okay, so she didn't beat it alone. She did it with everyone else.
Well, I was never good at indulging foolishness.
Don't tell me you followed my trail. I'll tell you all about it after we kill this bloody bastard. Something's wrong. It's shrugging off our attacks.
It's coming for me and Renda. Keep your distance.
So, what are we waiting for in terms of something that happens that's
Gather round Yelbert.
Attack.
Lend him your strength. Gonna roar again. The hells you will. I've got plenty arrows left for you yet. Well struck. Keep it up.
Focus, everyone.
We just have to, like, keep attacking, or something specific supposed to happen?
Renda, Yelbert. Assist Layman, quickly.
Requirement to kill.
It's summoning all its strength for something big. Finish it.
Everyone, to me. I'll lend you my power.
Together we will avenge my fallen friends.
Now we're actually doing a little bit more damage. There we go. I feel like that was longer than most of the other, like, solo duties where we fight as the previous Warriors of Light.
Heh, tough old bugger. Everyone alright?
Ardbert, I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone, and I'm sorry for trying to go it alone. And why, pray tell, did you even try to do something so foolish? If we'd been here from the first, it wouldn't have been anything even approaching a challenge. Back in the day, I was a bounty hunter, I've told you that much. But I haven't told you about my old partners. Together, we tracked and claimed countless notorious marks throughout Norvrend. We were the best in the business, everyone knew our names and our reputation. They called us legends, and somewhere along the line, we started to believe it too. And then we set our sights on Balamquits. I survived, they didn't. I swore vengeance, but had no idea how to go about pursuing it. Then I met you lot, and thought that maybe, with your help, I might just have a fighting chance. So you see, I never intended to keep it all a secret. It's just, you never asked, and since I'd rather not talk about it. Easier to live in the moment, you know? The next town, the next job. The weeks flew by, and after a time, I started having second thoughts. I'd lost those closest to me before. I didn't want to live through that again.
Are we or are we not comrades? Through thick and thin? These bonds of fellowship between us must come before all else. Otherwise, they may as well not exist. You say the thought of losing us pained you. What of our feelings? What of our loss? What if we had not arrived when we did? You've saved our lives more times than I can count, how dare you refuse to let us do the same? And without those keen ears of yours, I'll never know what bollocks Brandon and Yelbert are whispering about me behind my back. And ignorance is not bliss, let me tell you. This one's worth a fortune, and fame besides. I'll wager we won't have to pay for our drinks when we get back into town. Oh gods, not another night to remember. Don't you worry your pretty head over our fearless leader's questionable constitution. Take pride in the victory, for the small folk will sleep easy once they hear of Balamquits' demise, until Ardbert's drunken snoring wakes them from their slumber. And on that note, I think it time we quit this place. And Rendere, I trust that the next time you decide to hunt deadly game, you'll do us the courtesy of extending us an invitation?
And there I thought I was doing you a favor by keeping you out of my personal affairs, selfish as it was. Oh, fine. But if you go and die on me, I'll pay a necromancer to raise you from the dead so I can kill you out of spite.
Agreed. Now then, mind cutting off whatever it is you need to take back as proof of the kill? I don't want to lose our reward on a technicality.
Renders, well, yeah. Especially the good old... If you die on me, I'll resurrect you so I can kill you myself. Like... Ha! Fair? And that's how she got her crystal.
Such a fine crystal. Why not hold on to it as a memento of this occasion?
Okay, so throughout all of these cutscenes, she has been present in most of them. She has been part of the party. She is not one of the virtues. Is she an Asian? Because I get the feeling that she might be, and we might learn that during the last part of the stuff. Is this my last role quest for Shadowbringers? It is. And I know that there are like 2 quests, I think, after this, which gives you a title, so I'm assuming that her Silva is probably gonna be part of that stuff, I would assume, some way. There's well, for when you finish everything, yeah, and I believe you get like a title for when you finish the last one of those. At least I believe that's when you get it.
Wake up, damn you. Hello. What's wrong with you, huh? That's the second time your called gift has cost us a chance at slaying Andrea.
Yeah, here's one of those situations where the game or the text-to-speech doesn't know how to basically pronounce or say so called, it just says called because the hyphen, and it just fucks it up for some reason. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't happen, and I don't know when it will or will not happen.
You know what? I've had enough. Enough, I say. Yes. I don't need your help. I am perfectly capable of hunting the Sin Eater on my own.
Good luck with that. It's past time I told you to piss off. I don't want to be angry. Good luck with that.
Upon our return to Gate Town, you will be given your final payment, and we will be free to go our separate ways.
Back to Colusia. Okay, so number 76, that means that 78 is going to be the next one, which probably, I think that usually also has a solo duty. I could be wrong though.
Honestly, I don't know why I ever placed my faith in you. You are such a disappointment. Oof. Consider this the formal dissolution of our partnership. Let none ever again speak the names Reek and Shauna in the same breath. Yes, never again. And with that, I bid you good day.
When he was little, Reek's parents punished him for a time by withholding his allowance. Without money to lavish on his friends, he soon found that many were only drawn to him by his wealth. I dare say he feared you would abandon him as they did, and decided to push you away first.
The pretty bottom. Listen, I have no idea if he's a bottom, but yeah, I can see why we're calling him a bottom, to be honest.
I'm not trying to make excuses for what he said. I only hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Take some time to think it over, then come and see me. Oh, and take this for your troubles.
Fellowship restored, and we get Risotto al Nero. Okay.
I am sure a talented woman like yourself is needed all over the realm, and so I thank you for sparing a moment to hear me out. Since you two parted ways, Reek has come to visit me several times. Though he is blessedly in good health, I worry for his spirits. I think you may have been the only friend he has had for some time. I considered journeying to the Crystarium myself to look in on him, but I find travel rather difficult these days. If you would go in my stead, it would put my heart at ease.
Okay. Crystarium then. Yeah, the Ellison lady in Artbird's party, I get the feeling that she might have been an Asian. So because I don't trust her really. She seems like she might be an evil person. Or technically not evil because the Asians technically weren't. Methods were just kind of fucked, I guess, but yeah, I get the feeling she might have been an Asian. Trying to, I don't know, like force the Warriors of Light to basically tip the balance. There's definitely something sus about her. Yeah, seems I don't remember which one it was. It was either. Can't remember which one it was. In one of the, I think either the tank or the healer ones, I know for a fact that she has like a kind of extremely suspicious like look to her, where she like does a weird smile, sort of like creepy-ish smile, where it's like, oh yes, there's something about her that I don't trust. I don't remember about the
Lurik's customary seat is empty, and there is nothing to suggest he has occupied it recently. Perhaps someone will have noted his passing.
So yeah, the Casa ones, it's been such a long time that I don't remember too much about it, other than the like major parts of like, oh yeah, it was, I'm forgetting what that Word of Light was called, but like I think it was Gilbert or something like that. Like his story basically, and the kit that we deal with story, that's basically about it.
Lurik. The Mistel Lordling? If he ain't sat at his usual table, then I've no idea where else to look.
Okay.
Looking for Master Reek, are we? Heh, I dare say you're the only one. Word is Mummy and Daddy cut him off, so there's no point in pretending to like the little shite anymore. Last I saw him he was moping about like someone had shot his Amaro. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually.
Okay.
Galucia, right? You're Lurik's partner. I was with Landbird, remember? I oughta stress, cause after we left you we headed straight to Raktikat. We'd heard a rumor Andrea was there, and Landbird wanted to strike while the iron was hot. By the time we realized we were overmatched, it was too late. I saw Landbird fall, and when the Eater set her sights on the others, I fled.
Oh.
Call me a coward if you like, but my cowardice saved my life. Wicked White, I still remember looking back as I ran, and seeing Landbird rise to his feet. I told everyone what had happened, to warn them off the hunt. Some listened, but a few bloody fools took up their weapons and joined the hunt. Glory-hungry imbeciles. And not a one of them has returned.
That's probably where he went.
Didn't expect Lurik to be one of them neither. I remember thinking it odd, especially when I saw him leave for Raktikat alone. You're meeting him there, I presume? Good luck, friend, but have no doubt that you're going to your doom.
So yeah, he's over there as well, and it looks like it's down where we dealt with that before. And it's currently nighttime in Raktiga, so we don't get Lahi, unfortunately. Don't think we do. Yeah, we don't. Still a nice song though. I feel like it's honestly hard to find a song in Final Fantasy XIV that doesn't sound at least somewhat good. Like, it's hard to find one that I feel like you can say for certain sounds bad. All of them sound good, at least. Some of them aren't, just in terms of context they're played, but there's a lot of good songs in this game. God damn it. There we go.
Shauna. Why are you here? Don't tell me you came for me. It's terrible. It's horrible. Andrea, she's...
And time for some more echo.
Rendere. If aught of you remains, then hearken to my words. I have come to lay your soul to rest, alone, as you yourself faced Balamquits a century ago on this very ground. Landbird. Oh gods, no.
She has made a party. Her old party. That I did not expect.
Don't tell me, you beheld a vision of my past just now, didn't you?
She literally made her old party with Artbird. Damn.
I thought as much. Wasn't but a moment ago that I confronted them. Awfully useful, that trick of yours, though I can't understand why you kept using it every time we ran into Andrea.
I can't control it. At least not easily. This kinda happens. Can't control when it happens, believe me. I was just as surprised as you were. I can't really control it.
Huh. So it wasn't something you did deliberately? Good to know. Anyway, unintentional or not, at least I won't have to convince you of what I saw. She's turned Landbird and those other hunters into sin-eaters like herself. A Hume Axeman, a Galgent Swordsman, a Dwarven Healer, an Elven Mage. Looked awfully familiar, didn't it? She's rebuilding her fellowship, she's remaking the Warriors of Light. But for the life of me, I can't understand why. I mean, I understand why she came here in the first place. She's reliving the hunt for Balamquits. But Rendere slew the beast by herself. The stories were clear about that. What? They were there too? Then the stories were wrong? God strike me down, I've been such a fool. Why did I ever think I could do this alone? I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me for all the things I said, Shauna. I've regretted my behavior ever since the day we parted ways. It was stupid and nonsensical and utterly pointless. I'm not sure I could even tell you why I did what I did.
Fine, water under the bridge.
Thank you, my friend. I hope it is alright if I call you that.
Because you're Brad Lurik.
Right, then.
He kind of is
Andrea
that.
should be around here somewhere. Still on the hunt for Balamquits, I expect, not that she'll ever find it.
But I feel like his upbringing probably didn't help that either. Because, yeah, he did. He was kind of born into money, a lot of money, and basically was, like, had to be taken care of by a wet nurse. So, as his wet nurse said, he could have turned out way worse. But he is still kind of a brat.
No doubt Lambert and the others are with her, too. He and I may have had our differences, but I'd not wish that fate on my worst enemy. He deserves to be laid to rest. They all do. Rendere most of all. She is my hero, and if I have to kill her to save her soul, then so be it. But this is too much for even the best hunter to handle alone, and I am far from the best. The only way to see this through is together. You and me, my friend. What say you? Ha! I ask for a word and you give me a nod. Fair enough. Before we resume the hunt in earnest, though, let us return to Gate Town and let Miss Alvara know all is well. After all, you wouldn't have come unless she sent you.
Yeah, to Gate Town then, I guess. And we don't get teleported. Well, I was kind of hoping that maybe that would happen. And I don't think I'm getting enough XP from this quest to basically hit level 80 on Samurai, so I'm probably gonna have to switch class to the next one. Which is fine, but would kind of like to get to 80 on Samurai from this. I could technically just do a quick fate here.
Shauna, what a pleasure to see you again. And in the company of Little Reek, no less. Am I right in assuming you've patched things up?
I should like to think so, yes, and it is all thanks to you. Had you not implored her to give me another chance, I might well still be sitting alone in the swamps, dwelling on my myriad failings.
Do I have any roulettes to do still? Normal or rate of trial? Probably do it for you. I actually haven't done any, I don't think I need to have done any of the roulettes since the reset.
And you, my friend, I know not why you sought her out on your own, but I am glad that you did. Miss Alvara is perhaps the only person who truly cares for my well-being, but she has no one to look after her.
Don't be silly, Reek. I have you, don't I? And before you start blabbering about how you wish you could properly reward Shauna, as I can tell you're about to, know that I've prepared a hearty meal just for her.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. Nevertheless, I shall see you both duly compensated once we have claimed the bounty for Andrea. And claim it we shall, for united, Reek and Shauna are unstoppable, is what I would like to say, but I know my own limitations better than anyone. 'Twould be prudent to make proper preparations at this juncture. You two should see to it that you are ready for the struggle ahead. It will be a mighty one indeed, but one well worth the effort, my friend.
Rio, yeah, you can run with me. With you, skill. I think I have a healer. That's high enough. Yeah, I am on the EU, specifically on the light data center. I'm curious though. Okay, everything is basically tank currently. Let's see, I need around 300 ish XP. Not 300, 300,000. But see what you have on that DC. Okay. So perfect timing to basically get some food, because I basically got rid of all my food because I need space for all of this stuff in my inventory, all of these materials. Well, I guess I did get some of these, but I kind of want to save this at least for some levis, because that's apparently the best way to basically get that stuff done. Some of those achievements. You have a level 80 White Mage and Zodiac. Nice. In my case, I only have my character Shanna, because I haven't gone ahead and made any alts or anything, because I've just been playing on Shanna basically. Plus, pretty much everyone else that I play with usually play on Zodiac, or few people also play on other the other servers on Light. For example, which one is it that... Yeah, it's Wintinia. That Ryoko plays on. So I feel like it's been a while since I've seen Chun Chun or Cornball on. You're just gonna actually see... Cornball actually got his Summoner / Scholar to 90. Nice. Yeah, I'd also been working on that a lot. You just arrive in your swim trunks. Okay. So I'll just invite you to the party, and I guess we can try a trial? That. Since that one might be faster, depending on which one we get, and that was actually a pretty fast queue. Okay, which one do we get? Ah, Titan.
Sons of Man. Murderers.
Yeah, I'm turning that off. Don't need to listen to Titan speak. Also, I want to turn down the audio a little bit there. Let's see. I'll just move here so I don't get hit by that. Explosions. Almost there. Nice. They got me to 80. And our tank can just get that one. Ah, I got the meditate stuff. Nice. Okay, you can also see that I did get like 600,000 XP from that one. That does also mean that I can now go do that. There you go. Yep. I was kind of thinking of maybe just doing a quick fate, but I feel like this might have gone a bit faster. Completely because you had this ult. That's fair. Now I just don't have my glam on. It's cut off to the end of Shadowbringers. Damn. I had a feeling you probably didn't have an adventure plate then. It just checked and you don't have that. It seems to even have like different gear. I'm guessing this is probably a character you haven't played in a while. Kind of a mismatch of different gear. I haven't locked on since Shadowbringers yet, because I feel like most characters would probably, at least if they have been the MSQ, would most likely have like a full like Crypt Lurker set. Just a little annoyed that I don't have my glamour on. Guess I can fix that along the way with the quest then. Okay. Born or Courage Born of Fear. Might as well just continue with this quest because otherwise it's gonna end up getting late. It's been 3 hours now. I was kind of expecting to maybe be done with this at like, I don't know. It's been 3 hours. I was expecting to be done with this like almost like half an hour ago. Like 30 minutes-ish ago, because these usually take 2 hours-ish to complete. But then there's also the whole like, hey, I end up sitting and talking. Probably would have been done if you hadn't extended me. I mean, it wasn't just you. I did also talk with Farboard earlier about like a bunch of Danish games for like, I don't know, 20-30 minutes. We just sat around and talked about like Danish games and other games while I had like a cutscene just up and I didn't progress it, so it was good. True, it was good. But yeah, that does happen sometimes with me where it just end up like getting completely sidetracked to what I'm doing, like, and it's like, oh, 20-30 minutes went on that, and we didn't progress anything. Memory lane, yep. Continue on with this then, I guess. And
Shauna, my friend, my partner, I trust you are ready?
need to remember to turn on the text to talk.
Good, good.
It's called.
That is very good indeed, for before we depart to face Andrea for what I pray is the final time, I have a confession to make.
Ooh.
I may have been somewhat misleading when I intimated the tremendousness of my martial prowess. In truth, it rather pales in comparison to yours.
I kind of had a feeling that was probably the case. Aha. Do tell.
I gather you were not unaware of this. Truly, you are as perceptive as you are mighty. In my defense, I must say that when I realized what an exceedingly powerful warrior you truly are, I was dumbstruck. I struggled to conceive of how even to broach the subject. Furthermore, I must admit that great majority, nay, All of our efforts to hone our skills in preparation for the battle to come have been entirely for my benefit, that the disparity between us might not be so readily apparent. To think that my insecurity drove me to postpone this fateful day for so long. In my cowardice I allowed Andrea to assemble a party of followers. Where before we might have only to contend with the one foe, we must now confront 5. And for all my preparation, I am still no more likely to be an asset to you than a hindrance. But perhaps that need not be the case. In discussing this grim reality with Miss Alvaro while you were away, we hit upon a potential stratagem.
Recall Yurendere's greatest strength and weakness, her preternatural hearing? We can be reasonably certain that Andrea is possessed of it as well. Therefore, if you were to fashion a device that could produce a loud noise at will, you could use it to secure an advantage in your battle.
What I lack in strength of arms I may make up for with guile. While it will not guarantee us victory, it will surely bring us one step closer.
True.
1,000 pardons, Master Reek, but I am come to deliver a message from your Lord Father. Daddy. What does he want with me now? It has come to your Lord Father's attention that you have acquitted yourself rather poorly as a bounty hunter and have brought terrible shame upon your family name. He commands you to cease all such activities at once and return to the city forthwith. Should you fail to do so, you will be stripped of your citizenship and family name. No further financial assistance will be provided. Oh dear.
He's gonna basically leave his family, I'm guessing.
You may tell my father and my mother the following, that I am Lurik, proud bounty hunter, slayer of sin-eaters. That I have no intention of renouncing this cause, and that they are free to do as they deem fit. Tell them, that if they have no son, then I have no parents, that I have no family save Miss Alvara, who has shown me more love than they ever have. Very good, Master Reek. I shall deliver your reply to them at once. Right. Now that that's settled, we can get to work crafting that giant noisemaker of ours. Let us consult with the craftsman of the crystalline mean at once.
I dare say you lit a fire in him, Shauna. I never thought I'd see the day when he'd muster the courage to say anything like that to his parents.
I should probably use the audio a little bit. Okay. Also the Crystarium. And I can also just quickly put on my glamour there again. Kinda want to have my fire sword and everything. I heard the bot saying daddy before you left. Like, of course, Lurik calls him daddy, yeah. Like, that doesn't surprise me either. It's probably calls his parents mommy and daddy. So there. I don't remember if this is a character we've interacted with before, to be honest.
What's all this, then? You got something what needs making? Indeed I do, good sir. I wish to commission the production of a device that can generate a tremendously loud sound. It must be small and light enough to be carried by a single individual as well. Ain't that one of the stranger requests I've heard? Well, if it's just noise you want, then I'd wager we could make do with a special blend of fire sand. I think I've got just the recipe for your needs. I'll need some choice ingredients, mind, and you'll need to go and fetch them for me. Fetch. Ahem. What precisely is it that you require? Well, there's this one particular beastie native to Colusia what's got a singular diet and leaves these massive dung piles, the fresher the better, if it please. a few varieties of grasses native to Raktikat. Oh, and some iron ore from Amurang. I can give you a list if you like. To wit, I will need to travel to the far corners of Norvrand and back. Oh dear, this is rather more involved than I. No more excuses. I will do whatever must needs be done to see this through to the end. My friend, I will not impose these tasks upon you. I insist that you remain here while I go and fetch the required materials.
He's taking action for himself. He's growing up. That's good to see. Okay. Oh, we need to go all the way back down there. Okay, so just over here then. I assume that he probably shows up with the device. Yes.
It was a series of surprisingly harrowing experiences, but in the end I managed to obtain the materials necessary for the construction of my secret weapon.
I think I actually just thought of that I kind of wish actually happened here in the Crystarium is if you have basically completed all of the Eden quests, kind of wish you actually just saw like Rin and Gaia like appear in this area, for example, just sitting and eating some coffee biscuits, I think it was. Whatever they were called that they talked about during that quest line. Like just having them appear somewhere. I feel like that's still something that I really like about the Omega questline, just the fact that you can see like Alpha and Omega just randomly different places. That's still a thing I love because it's such a nice feeling of suddenly going around and then you just see those two out and about, just like, holy shit.
That gentleman was rather accommodating. Despite being somewhat put out that I had not any gil to pay him for his labor, he was nevertheless willing to teach me how to craft the arrows myself. He said he found my industriousness endearing.
And they show up in even more places once you do the follow-up quest for the After Endwalker. Yeah, like I remember that during the Christmas event, the last Christmas event that was, I saw them at the Christmas tree in Redania, right across from the amphitheater. And I've seen them in Mordona, like a bunch of places. I think Mordona was specifically up near the kitchen in Revenant's Toll. I think I've seen them somewhere else as well, but I don't remember where. But like, that is still a thing I feel like is such a cool thing to have in the game, of just like randomly you can just see those two. I feel like the whole Ida thing from Palace of the Dead is also pretty cool, that hey, you have a very small chance of basically just seeing a ghost appear for like a very small amount of time in all the major cities from around the board. Like, that's kind of interesting. I kind of wish they did more of that sort of stuff where it's like, hey, you can just see characters randomly appear in different places. Like, for example, with Rin and Gaia, after finishing the Eden raid series, just have them appear in random places in Crystarium. maybe even in Yulmore, although I feel like Crystarium would make more sense, but just have them like appear in some place. Or like in Amarang. Mortsu, for example. Since that is kind of their like base of operation, I guess. You can see Tataru's Carbuncle running around while around Mordona sometimes. Yeah, I've heard about that. I don't think I've seen that Carbuncle though. I have also heard though that since her Carbuncle is still running around to this day, some people are basically, and it's to an extent a joke, I believe, but it is technically also true that she might be the strongest, one of the strongest Arcanists currently alive, due to the fact that most Arcanists, when they summon a Carbuncle, it just disappears, like after a bit of time. Hers has been around for like a few years. That's kind of impressive. So, yeah. I wonder if she got a little bit more training, she could actually do some damage. But now she's basically just become an Omnicrafter, I guess, so she has other things to do.
I must confess, despite being utterly exhausted by all this busy work, it has been somewhat refreshing.
She just needs to learn to control it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But I can't even remember what it was. I guess she just had trouble, controlling the Carbuncle, getting it to do what she wanted, so... But I guess that kind of also speaks to the fact that she actually made the Carbuncle maybe strong enough to basically give it, like, its own sentience, in a way. It's kind of insane to think about it that way.
And now that my Noisemaker arrows are ready, I cannot wait to put them to the proof. If all goes to plan, the explosions should be loud enough to incapacitate Andrea for a time. Let us put an end to her tale, my friend, and in so doing write the opening of ours, that of Reek and Shauna, bounty hunters extraordinaire. Come, Raktika and Gloria wait.
Okay. And back down there. Ahi.
If I may make one small request before we begin, please, for the love of the gods, please try not to succumb to any visions of people's pasts. This really could not be a worse time.
Okay, let's do this. And unfortunately, no more Lahi.
Well, are you still with me in the here and now? Excellent. Then we can attend to the task at hand without worry. Let us lay to rest our fellow hunters and grant Rendere the peace a hero deserves.
Okay.
I'll distract Andrea with a Noisemaker arrow. Seize the opening to strike. Here goes nothing. It worked. It really worked. I can't believe it. Are they defending her? Damn it. We'll have to deal with them first. Gods damn you, Lambert. I'm sorry you're dead, but you don't have to be such a bloody arse about it. Leave me alone, Lambert. Leave me alone, Lambert.
I'm supposed to be focusing on Lambert. She's down.
Leave me alone, Lambert. What did I do to deserve such attention? Right.
On. No.
Right. That's it. Only 2 more to go. I'll draw off Andrea. You handle the knight. Your fight is with me, Andrea.
That's just wasting 2 true norths.
God, that bloody knight is in the way. Dispatch him first. Now, Shauna. Now's our chance. I really thought I...
What? Wait, what? Did I fuck up or something?
If I may make one...
I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything wrong there necessarily.
I'll distract Andrea with a noisemaker arrow. Seize the opening to strike. Here goes nothing.
No, it's this pass first.
It worked. It really worked. I can't believe it. Are they defending her? Damn it. We'll have to deal with them first. Gods damn you, Lambert. I'm sorry you're dead, but you don't have to be such a bloody arse about it. Leave me alone, Lambert.
stand still, that'd be nice. Guess TTS is making this funny.
Grind. What? I really thought I...
What? Is he just getting killed by random stuff or something?
If I'm...
I hate it when the NPCs that you're fighting with are dumbasses. I guess I need to... It's target specific NPCs. I guess I'll focus on the...
I'll distract Andrea with a noisemaker arrow.
First.
Seize the opening to strike. Here goes nothing.
Seemed to work. 4?
It worked. It really worked. I can't believe it. Are they defending her? Damn it. We'll have to deal with them first. Gods damn you, Lambert. I'm sorry you're dead, but you don't have to be such a bloody arse about it.
I just noticed I don't even need to use True North. Because there's no positionals on them.
What? Just die already? What did I do to deserve such attention?
Stun him.
That's it? Only 2 more to go. What? I'll draw off Andrea. You handle the knight? Your fight is with me, Andrea.
Get this knight down as fast as I possibly can.
God, that bloody knight is in the way. Dispatch him first.
What do you think I'm doing, buddy?
Now, Shauna. Now's our chance.
Is this that time?
Heads up. Arrows
Die.
incoming. I really thought I...
What? Am I missing something as part of this fight or something?
If I may...
He's just dying. As far as I understand, I'm doing this correct, or do I have like a button I'm missing that I'm supposed to be pressing in
I'll
order
distract
to
Andrea
tell
with
him
the noisemaker arrow.
to...
Seize the opening
I
to
don't know,
strike. Here goes nothing.
This is infuriating.
It worked. It really worked. I can't believe it. Are they defending her? Damn it. We'll have to deal with them first. Gods damn you, Lambert. I'm sorry you're dead, but you don't have to be such a bloody arse about it. Just die already.
Let me just win this one. Seems like he takes way too much fucking damage for some of these things. It shouldn't be my gear that's a problem, because I have, I'm pretty sure
Correct.
better gear than what's normally available at this point.
What did I do to deserve such attention? Correct. That's it? Only 2 more to go.
Okay.
I'll draw off Andrea. You handle the knight. Your fight is with me, Andrea.
As far as I can see, I don't have any special things I can do. Like do any sort of stunning or anything.
God. That bloody knight is in the way. Dispatch him first.
I think I'm doing.
Now, Shauna. Now's our chance.
And saying her?
Heads up.
No.
Arrows incoming.
I don't think so, because I think he is just supposed to be taking care of her, essentially. Like, the game even tells me to focus on the knight.
It's just us and Andrea now. It's time for Reek and Shauna to write a new legend for the ages.
Okay, please stop focusing on him so you can avoid killing him for like the, what, 4th or 5th fucking time. Just stands in the AoE. At this point I feel like he is not exactly great, but I guess we kind of already knew that. As far as like combat
Shauna,
ability.
to me. Rest in peace, Rendere.
This was legit the hardest one of these that I've tried doing for like the role quests so far. Why was this one so much harder than all the others? Like, all the others I completed on the first try, except for the tank one, but that's...
We won.
Also
Even
because
seeing
I
it and saying
up the first one.
It hardly feels real.
Like, the first time I did the tank one, which was off-stream, I failed the first time, but then I beat it the second time, but that was also because I fucked up some mechanically badly. But all the others have been not that difficult, but this one for some reason he just kept getting hit by something. Like, holy shit, his AI is bad. You just go like, hey, let me just stand in shit to get just killed. Like, that should not happen. He died way too fast some of those times.
Huh. What's that you've got there?
I have to see a hologram, I guess. Memory.
Wicked White, you're... You're Rendere. The real Rendere. I should have never betrayed your trust. Never again, I swore. Never again. Balam quits, the Shadow Keeper, the Flood, come what may, we would face it together. No matter how hard it got, or how terrified I was. That's what it means to let someone into your heart, knowing full well that nothing lasts forever. To welcome the fear, and the pain. The sorrow. When I lost my parents. When we laid the Keeper low. You felt it too, didn't you? To place our faith in a desperate, hopeless attempt to save everyone, and to see it amount to naught in the end. What else could we do but offer up that tiny remainder in a final, futile effort? Even knowing, deep down, it was worth but a few moments more. What is this? You gave me fear, and that fear gave me strength. Wait. There's so much I want to ask. I don't understand. What was she talking about? It's not right. It's not fair. Heroes sacrificing themselves for nothing. Becoming villains. Being forgotten. Thank you, Shauna. I could have never gotten this far without your help. I had no idea who Rendere or any of the other warriors of light truly were. 'Twas all ancient history to me. Why would I care who some eaters once were? I was no better than my parents, judging them out of hand. Dismissing their sacrifice, not bothering to look deeper. It made it all the easier to pursue Andrea for my own amusement. I pray I've made up for it in part by helping to lay Rendere's soul to rest. Miss Alvara is probably worried sick about us both. We should return to Calucia and let her know we're all right.
And I feel like we need to go there a lot. We're going to Calucia a whole lot during this quest line. But at least I finally beaten this one. Beat that solo duty. I feel like that's probably the solo duty that I've failed the most times. Like throughout my entire time playing Final Fantasy XIV, I think that is probably the most I've failed one of these. Jesus Christ, he also just kept standing in places and getting hit by stuff that I had no idea what he got hit by. And he just died like... That doesn't seem fair to me. I'm doing what I can. I can't do it much better. It's not my fault that he's standing in like... So many fucking danger puddles and he just keeps like getting smacked. Like... I can't do anything about it.
My little Reek, Shauna. Congratulations on a job well done. And from one hunter to another, thank you for helping Rendere to achieve a measure of peace. She was a hero to me too, and it broke my heart to know what had become of her. To have your legacy tarnished so, to have the world call you villain, even still. But at least I can take comfort in knowing she can finally enjoy a long rest.
Whatever others may say, we will preserve the truth in story and song. Rendere, the bravest hunter there ever was. And, more importantly, a true friend to those she held dear. I can only hope to measure up to her example someday. For now, however, I say we return to the Crystarium and raise a glass in celebration.
Okay. Back to the Crystarium then. And then I just need to do the last few quests. Gets unlocked from like the capstone quests, I guess, for the role quests. Shadowbringers.
Andrea's bounty has been paid to us in full, my friend. So come, let us eat, drink, and be merry. I've been meaning to ask, Shauna, but I have the impression you are rather more acquainted with these warriors of light than you've been letting on. What exactly do you know about them?
I think he's actually the first one who asks about that. I don't think the others have actually asked too much about like our relation to them.
That is so preposterous a tale that I have no choice but to assume it is true. Offering up their lives to first cross the rift, then to halt the flood. Wicked White. It must have taken her so much courage to see it through in those final moments. A courage born not of a desire for glory or dedication to an ideal, but of fear and love for those with whom she had forged unshakable bonds. Her comrades. I won't pretend that we have anything even approaching such a powerful connection, but I would like to think that if you were in mortal peril that I would fly to your side without hesitation. Having said that, if I were tested as Rendere were, if I were challenged to offer up my life for others, without even knowing if it would amount to aught, I doubt I could rise to the occasion.
Now that I think about it, if you actually did this one specifically in order to unlock the like the last bit of the Shadowbringers MSQ, you would technically be a Line Warden right now, or in the process of turning into one. So it's kind of like, if you were in mortal danger, like I kind of am, but I'm also a danger to everyone else.
I am a child and a fool who knows little of the world. I have been coddled and spoiled, and have only just tasted the bitter fruits of life that you and countless others sup on daily. You are made of sterner stuff, Shauna. Far sterner than me, and that is why I know I can never walk your path.
You wish you could. No shame in that.
but there is. I cannot recall a time I have felt happier and more alive than when I have traveled with you. But you have countless other journeys ahead of you, don't you? For you are destined for greater challenges, whereas I am suited to rather more pedestrian affairs. Know your limits, as Miss Alvara used to say. Meeting her again after all these years, seeing how much older and more frail she'd become made me realize how little time together we have left. She shouldn't have to live out her days living alone and in squalor. I have decided it will not be so. I shall return to Calusia and attend to her needs, for I would do my utmost to repay the love and kindness that made me the man I am today. Therefore, though it pains me to say it, I fear the celebration must also mark the end, or at the very least a tentative suspension, of the glorious partnership that was Reek and Shauna, bounty hunters extraordinaire. Should you ever find yourself in Calusia, however, do come and pay us a visit.
Okay. Okay, speaking for the brain. It might be Shadow Walk with me. That is the next quest. I just need to quickly empty my inventory because I kind of don't have a lot of space left. Plus, I guess that's also an opportunity for me to basically quickly deal with my retainers, because I haven't touched them in like 3 or 4 hours now, I think. Okay, I can't do that, because apparently I need more inventory slots, even though it's crystals. Crystals and an item that I already have on me. Not fine, game. Guess I'll just do this then, and that for now. I think you have, yep, you have some of these things here, and then we'll do crystals, 4 crystals, and the skin. I guess I can also put the beans. Alright, let's see if I can figure out which quest it is I need to be looking for. I think it is Shadow Walk with me. Oh yeah, that definitely looks like it due to that picture.
Well, if it isn't the great hunter herself. As if you don't know. All 4 of the cardinal virtues laid low, all with your help. You're the talk of the stairs, Shauna. When the night returned to Lakeland, we knew in our hearts that change was on the horizon. But never did I dare hope that you might help rid us of those terrible fiends. You've surpassed my wildest expectations.
Not mine, Clenard. When I first laid eyes on her, I had an inkling that she was the hero we'd been waiting to come along.
She's the one from Artbert's party. I'm almost certain of that. She fucking looks the same. Her name is almost the same.
Huh? Easy to claim after the fact.
Is she? Like, I'm almost certain that she's the same fucking person from that. From
If you'd
Artbert's
indulge
party.
me, though, I would love to hear you tell how it all played out. The hunting of the virtues, that is.
Is it fucking her? I have a huge feeling that that might be the case.
My word, there's so much more to it than I realized. And there I thought you'd only had to track down the bloody things. Gods, though, the things you learned about the Warriors of Light, so many secrets and details lost over time. And for all their hard work and sacrifice, they somehow brought about the flood. Can't say I understand it at all, but it's a bloody tragedy, it is. We should gather the others and toast their memories. Heroes of Eld, brave and true, to be remembered forevermore.
Now, I'll thank you not to let your bleeding heart drive you to offer up a fortnight's stock of spirits. Attend to your other customers and let me speak with the hero of here and now.
Whatever would I do without your good sense and wisdom? Very well, I'll leave you to entertain her, but don't think we won't be having that drink someday.
Shauna, I must thank you for sharing with us such incredible tales. 'Tis only right that I repay you in kind. With the ending, that is. With the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues, the devil more deserving of death than any that yet lingers in this world. If your curiosity has been piqued, then meet with me atop the balcony overlooking the crystalline mean. I will be waiting there until you do.
It has to be her. There's no way that's not the, like, Allison lady from Artbird's party. So we haven't dealt with her as a Sin Eater. She appeared in basically every single one of these quests. She has to have been, like, some, like, important character, because otherwise why the hell would they have had her in those quests? Or in the cutscenes and the party and everything. And even, like, made sure to, like, point towards her in terms of, like, hey, here's, like, a close-up of her making a face or something.
You came, as I knew you would. Never met a mystery you could leave well enough alone, or a demon that you could let live, am I right? And this demon is undeniably deserving of death. Make no mistake. To cut them down would be just and proper. The act of a goodly person, and that is just what you are. I can see that. No need to grow impatient or be offended, my friend. But before you pass judgment on this villain, you need first understand their part in everything. Who they were to the fallen warriors of light, for instance. Of course, right about now you must be wondering how I know, what a tavern wench of all people has got to do with any of this. Let me tell you, then, I am the one who brought together the Virtue Hunters. I am the one who marked you as a potential ally to them and bade you join them in their quests. I alone knew what had to be done, and what sort of sinner would be needed to see this tale of tragedy and betrayal brought to an end. But come, we have many malms ahead of us still. To Calusia and the Codger's Crook. I will go on ahead and wait for you there.
Yes, right, that's probably the closest one. I think it's very small amount. I'm kind of curious though how long these quests actually end up being. These last few ones could potentially be like very long, but they could also be kind of short.
You are accustomed to life on the road, I see. As am I. Do you recognize this place? I thought you might. Here is where it began, where Ardbert first met Lamit. Still young and lacking in experience, but possessed of so much potential. Heroes in the making. Even then the keen-eyed could see. They would only fulfill that promise much later, though. After joining with their other dear companions, Brandon and Rendere. And one other, an elven woman. Not half bad with a sword. But perhaps you are already asking the question, who? There were 5 warriors of light in all, but she would make 6. Indeed, after adding in Njelbert, there does seem to be one too many. But believe me when I say there was indeed a 6th adventurer lost to history, and her name was Sylva. Though I doubt I need convince you of this truth. When you walked in the Virtue's memories, you saw her time and time again, did you not? Then you saw the true villain, the traitor responsible for all their woes. Let us continue the story elsewhere. To Amarang and the Fields of Amber.
Okay. That's probably where we get to know a little bit about Njelbert, or whatever that cousin guy's name is, because I don't remember it. Also, did she just say an Ellison? You're not called Ellisons here, she is not from here. So, yeah, my suspicions of her being an Asian or something else, possibly, seems to be true.
You saw the true villain's face in their memories, and I told you her name in Calusia. But what were her crimes, you ask? Hearken to my tale and you will learn. Sylva had joined the others before they first met Njelbert. After their party of 5 came to this place, they took on a commission to slay a powerful beast that had taken up residence in the mines. Said beast was believed to be the instigator of ever more terrible tremors, and so time was of the essence. But during their hurried search, they crossed paths with their future companion, then a competitor aiming to usurp their prize. After another tremor triggered by the beast trapped them all underground, they had no choice but to work together to lay it low. But to their dismay, even after its death, the earth continued to shudder violently. As the adventurers looked to each other in confusion, Njelbert strode towards the beast's body and grabbed hold of a curious stone, a stone brimming with untold ether, that he had sought out that he might harness its potential to rescue a loved one lost to the rift. But so powerful was the stone that it warped the flow of the life stream. Its very existence was a threat. And so, when faced with the choice between one life and countless others, Njelbert wept, and shattered the stone. He had held his comrade's salvation in his hand and cast it aside for the greater good. For his sacrifice, he was judged a hero, and in that instant, a warrior of light was born. In life, Njelbert was a pragmatic figure whose wisdom and sagacity were admired by all. Little wonder that in death he would retain his virtue. But as Njelbert mourned the friend he forever lost, the betrayer Sylva looked on in silent contentment, for they had taken the first step on their path towards becoming heroes brave and true. His sacrifice had sparked the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. What ritual, you may wonder? Fear not. All will become clear in time. Come with me to Raktikat. To the Sisha swamps. We must retrace the steps as they were taken to understand the depth of her treachery.
And after that, I'm assuming we're heading to egg. So at least what makes sense to me. Then possibly Lakeland after that. Maybe. And unfortunately, we're not gonna get Ahi this time. Here's the time.
This place too is familiar to you, no? From days recent and long since past. After the events in Amarang, Ardbert and his comrades grew in fame, spurring others to entreat their aid. The adventurers sought out greater and greater challenges, and in pursuit of another they came to Raktikat. While here, the hunter Rendere learned that the notorious mark, Balamquits, was near. And so, under cover of darkness, she slipped away from the others to slay the beast by herself. Like Njelbert before, of course, you already know what her motive was. Balamquits had robbed her of her fellow hunters. Only vengeance would redress the balance. Moreover, she would not dare risk the lives of her new comrades, so terrified was she of the mere possibility that she might have to relive that terrible day. And so she faced Balamquits alone, and would have surely died for it, had Ardbert and the others not arrived in time to help. Like Njelbert before, of course, you already know what happened next. For her love, her conviction, and her resolve was she chosen by Hydaelyn. And from that day forward, Rendere swore never again to betray her comrades' trust, to share with them the triumphs and the tragedies. To relinquish the freedom she had once held in the highest. The bravest, most courageous hunter that ever was. That moment would define what she became in life, and in death. Her sacrifice would hasten the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. The betrayer Sylva looked on, yet more satisfied. They were oblivious to her machinations, unaware that they were dancing to her tune. Their journeys continued, and so must ours. To Ilmeg, and Liagia.
Okay, was in fact Meg next. Guess I'll just fly there from Wollickdorf.
As beautiful now as it was then. You saw it too. Would you not agree? With the death of Balamquits, the legend of Ardbert and his comrades had grown larger than ever. Thus emboldened, they came to the kingdom of Vobert. Vobert had long been troubled by what some had dubbed a magical plague, innocents found transformed into misshapen fiends that the kingdom's knights had no choice but to put down ere the contagion spread. Brandon had been one such knight. In his youth, he had served the Princess Saldia faithfully, only to be cast out for a single mistake. Thus did he take to the road where he met Ardbert and the others. Having grown stronger and wiser and more respected, Brandon felt it was time to return and redeem himself, and with the aid of his comrades he did just that. Tadric, the court mage, was unmasked as the mastermind of Vobert's misery, and by disgraced knight's blade was he brought to justice. But with his dying breath, Tadric cursed the Princess Saldia, sentencing her to a fate worse than death. At her behest did he raise up his blade, and for the sake of the kingdom, strike down his liege lady. With that single stroke he forever changed, though nearly not in the way that was necessary. He stood at the precipice and almost forsook his compassion for unflinching judgment, but mercifully turned aside at the last. Thus did he find and embrace true justice, that which weighs law and heart together and strives for the greater good. 'Tis a long, difficult road from which many stray, settling for simpler moralities. But I would expect no less of the man who became Dikayasign. His sacrifice would strengthen the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. As her companions grew ever more powerful, so too did the betrayer Silva. Bit by bit, they brought her closer to her goal. But it was not yet finished. To Calusia they returned, and so must we. Tamra and the next chapter of our tale await.
Oh yeah, because we didn't actually deal with Lalafell. Flash dwarf, I guess. Oh, that's a close one. Right inside Tamra.
Slowly but surely the adventurers were fulfilling their potential. Word of their deeds in Vobert spread like wildfire, and their legend grew ever larger. But for all their success, the fledgling heroes would be forced to endure more hardship and welcome more sacrifice. They pressed deeper into the depths of Raktikat, towards ancient Ronka. 'Twas there that the dwarf Lamit came to a crossroads, for in claiming the magic she desperately desired, she would be forced to renounce something equally precious. Dwarves are a reclusive lot, wont to withdraw from the outside world that their many traditions might be preserved in isolation. When the stone blight began to spread, they chose to lock away the afflicted and refused to seek outside help. But Lamit would not abide this. She vowed to save her ailing kin, her sister among them, even if it meant violating dwarven law. With her newfound power she returned and cured the sick, and for this she was banished by the Council of Elders. This came as no surprise, for she had made her peace with it long before. When she stood in that ancient ruin and called upon forgotten guardians to grant her forbidden knowledge, she knew then what the price would be. She had weighed her traditions and identity against the lives of those she loved and made her choice, though it pained her terribly and in ways only a dwarf could understand, and Heidelin, it would seem. Through hardship and sacrifice was a new warrior of light forged. A healer that knew more than any the value of a life, and would do anything to see it preserved, even in death. Her sacrifice would nearly complete the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come, very soon, then, very soon. For Ardbert and his comrades had stumbled upon evidence of the larger design. Threads linking together the disparate troubles of the realm. A name spoken only in whispers, the Shadow Keeper. A singular force sowing chaos and discord throughout Norvrend to an unknown end. If the warriors of light truly wished to save their world, then they would need to confront this villain amongst villains. And at the end of their exhaustive search, at the end of their struggle, who do you think they found waiting to welcome them with open arms?
The Elsen Lady.
The answer to that awaits us in Lakeland, our final destination. The villain yet walks among us, Shauna. Unknown and unpunished. Go on ahead and wait for me at Laxon Loft. There are preparations to which I must first attend.
I'm guessing Scylla was probably the Shadow Keeper. Something like that. But on the Eden raids, yep, I've done all of them. I believe isn't Shadow Keeper the boss in Litany? Ah, yeah. Shadowkeeper. It felt like that was also sort of connected, I guess. I thought I had heard the name Shadowkeeper before, and yes, I had. And time for some echo.
Damn you, Silva. We were comrades in arms. Friends.
That we were and that we are. Everything I said, everything I felt, it was all true. You mean the world to me.
You're the bloody Shadowkeeper. What in the hells was this for?
For you, for every one of you. To forge you into heroes worthy of her blessing, that she might choose you as her champions. A ruthless mage consumed by the pursuit of power to save his friend no matter the cost. By his sacrifice a warrior born. A mournful hunter scarred by tragedy resolved never again to trust in others. By her sacrifice a warrior born. A disgraced knight who yearned to steal his heart in justice's name. By his sacrifice a warrior born. A troubled healer torn between tradition and love. By her sacrifice a warrior born. And their leader, an adventurer with a heart overflowing with love for his dearest comrades, who must now bring his axe to bear against his own.
So I'm kind of wondering, is Silva, if she is Shadowkeeper? I believe Gaia was Shadowkeeper along with maybe that other Asian who I'm forgetting the name of, who basically became Eden. I'm guessing that this might have been Gaia then before she became Gaia. Like,
by his sacrifice a warrior born.
Something like that, maybe?
I am the villain you seek. The keeper of shadows from a world shrouded in dark. By our struggle will this world be shattered and its souls saved.
Silva.
Oh. Oh, I thought I was about to fight.
Saw it all, did you? I thought you might. Mother's gift has a knack for showing us exactly what we need to see, if not what we want to, or when.
Wait, what?
They knew me as Silva, but my real name. It doesn't matter.
It is Silva.
Like you, I am not of this world. I crossed the rift and came to the first. My home, the 13th, fell to dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which nearly claimed this world. I was one of several heroes who failed to save it.
Oh, she's from the 13th. Okay. That's the technically second person that we have met before all the Endwalker stuff. That's from the 13th, I believe.
The boy, Uncle High, I have glimpsed him in your memories. He was a friend. Like him, I heeded the words of the Asians and, that I might redress the balance, I chose to come here and hasten a rejoining of worlds. A shard subsumed by dark demands a mirror of blinding light. Primordial forces will strive to achieve equilibrium. But there was a solution, a single solution, I believed. Were a flood of light to consume this shard in its entirety, it would be of no use. The Asians made it clear it must be brought to the brink, but no further. The task was difficult, but the plan simple. Souls predisposed to light, fledgling heroes in the making. I would bring together Ardbert and his comrades and groom them for a higher purpose. I would play the part of comrade and guide their course, all the while laboring in secret to pit stronger and stronger enemies against them, until finally, once they were warriors of light brave and true, I would reveal myself as a warrior of darkness and extinguish their radiance forever. Thus would this world be primed for a rejoining, and the source for a calamity. The Asians who called themselves Mitran and Lokrif were confident it would succeed. And indeed, Ardbert and the others rose to the occasion, as I knew they would.
Mitran and Lokrif, I believe, were the titles of Gaia in the past, and of... I'm completely forgetting what his... if we even learned his name, but of her partner, basically. So, yeah.
It was not to be. I had misjudged Ardbert. His comrades before him had made their sacrifices in turn, and as their mirror I had grown stronger for it. Had he but embraced his role and struck me down, victory would have been mine.
Mitran and Lokrif were Gaia and Artemis. Okay, Artemis was his name. I couldn't remember it, honestly, because I think it was mentioned like a very few amount of times. Plus, it's also been like around a little bit over 6 months since I last did those raids, like the stories, so I don't remember every single detail.
But Ardbert, dear Ardbert, would not forsake his heart. In the end, he chose mercy. He chose love, and I was undone. The rest, you know. He sought out Mitran and Lokrif and granted them what he refused me. They accomplished everything they set out to achieve, and then the flood came and washed it away.
Can't hold your eyes open anymore. It's such a long and horrible day, but seeing you have fun while having a great talk made it much better. That's good to hear, Fabo, but if you're too tired to basically stay awake, then feel free to go and sleep if you need to do that.
In the wake of my betrayal I would look on from the shadows, and reflect on my many sins as all fell to ruin. Denied death, then and now, and perhaps ever after, as a fragment of my essence endures.
It was nice for you to at least show up and watch the stream and chat, but if you need to go to bed, that's completely fine.
But then, one day years ago, my fallen comrades rose again as the cardinal virtues. It coincided with the arrival of the first scions, I later realized. A defense against the forces being marshaled to undo my failure. I can but assume the Asians planted the idea in Vothri's head. They were his creations, after all, and with their graves in Yulmaran territory, it was doubtless a simple matter to have their bodies exhumed and prepared. Who am I to speak, you may think when I say this, but, when I saw these abominations he had wrought in their image, I was filled with such despair. Such anger. I cannot unwrite the past. My soul is stained with blackest sin, and I will not pretend that it can ever be otherwise. But this act, this I could not ignore. If the Ascians were going to such lengths, then surely others would cross the rift in due time. And so I hatched a plan. I would assume the guise of Ciela, and as her take up residence in the Crystarium, where I would take measures to bring together the most ambitious of adventurers, individuals driven by more than mere coin. Virtual hunters. That way, when the enemy the Ascians feared more than any came to the first, the stage would be set. They would join in the hunters' quests, and together unmake Vothri's simulacra and lay their souls to rest once more. And so you did, Shauna. The virtues are no more. But the one ultimately responsible for their creation, the devil who set them on their doomed path, lingers still. You know all there is to know of the heroes who saved this world. The truth I kept hidden in the shadows is yours, and there are no more secrets to share. And so I ask you now to grant me that which Ardbert could not. Death.
Still have a duty to others. Let's go with that.
No, don't do this. Don't you spare me like he did. How can you stand there and say I deserve to live? Knowing everything I did, the lives I destroyed, the chaos I wrought? The Wardens pale in comparison. Surely there is no greater villain than the Shadow Keeper?
Which is why you must live to atone for your deeds. Death is no comfort to the living.
I should have expected a hero would say something like that. How does one even seek atonement? 'Tis an undiscovered country, with no charts or stars to guide. How will I even know when I find it? Perhaps I may yet find purpose in preserving my comrades' legacy. In helping others to understand the sacrifices that made them true heroes. For now, I shall return to the Crystarium and continue to assist Glenard, while spreading the forgotten tales of the Warriors of Light. You would have been good friends, you and Ardbert. In another life. Maybe you and I as well.
I guess she has no idea about Ardbert. Okay. Next to the Crystarium. And I think there is one more quest from when I've looked. I've looked at the quest basically just to see how many there were, weeks ago, and I think there's one more. Before I get before I'm completely done with these. Could be wrong though. I just seem to remember that there were two at least.
I tell you, I am not at all accustomed to wearing armor any longer. Simply moving about in it is enough to tax my strength. And fighting? Ugh. Any one of Captain Lina's recruits could probably put me flat on my back. Fortunately, I needn't rely on my sword to spread the truth of my fallen comrades' deeds. Only words and the passage of time will see their legacy redeemed in the eyes of the people. Thank you for accompanying me on my journey of remembrance, Shauna. May your deeds ever be remembered and celebrated, as all heroes deserve.
Okay, we have safekeeping. I think that's one at least. Okay, we have living memory now. I'm just gonna quickly look it up to just be sure. Let's go to see here. Shadowbringers, role quests. Safekeeping. Yep. That is basically the last one. Safekeeping is the one they added after Eden. You think, okay. Ah. And apparently there's even more after that. What the? Okay, so apparently after this one that I have now, the safekeeping one, there's apparently 3 additional quests. Ah. Okay. Did honestly not expect that. So apparently I have 4 more quests to do. Which is safekeeping and then the so-called Void quest according to the Console Games Wiki, which is apparently the hero's journey, 1 step closer, and a bounty of hunters. But I think I might want to wait with those for another day because it's almost 11 in the evening. And it's almost been 5 hours that I've been streaming. And I do also have a stream planned for tomorrow at like 12, so I have like 13 hours until that stream is supposed to start. And that's also going to be like a 6-hour stream of Elden Ring. So I'm thinking that I might just go ahead and like end the stream here, so I can get some sleep and basically get ready for the stream tomorrow. I'm like 9 hours off from you. Damn. Like, am I 9 hours ahead or behind you? Because I'm assuming you're. I'm gonna assume you're probably from. I'm ahead. Okay, so I'm assuming you're probably living in like the US or something like that. I would assume at least something along those lines, like either the US or possibly also, I guess, South America. PST. I keep forgetting what some of those are called. I'm assuming PST is Pacific Standard Time. I'm assuming that's what it stands for. Could be wrong. I'm not really the most knowledgeable about most of the like time zones in the US, because it's like in Denmark we have one time zone that covers the entire country, and meanwhile you have the US, which is like, oh yeah, you have like what, 4, 5 time zones or something like that, which to me is just like, for one country, how the hell do you have so many time zones? Like, that just seems weird, but I guess that's because I've not grown up with that whole thing. The stream doesn't have to be 6 hours, but how much spirit energy for true? 6 or 7 you think, but there's only 4 in the continental US. Okay, I'm assuming that's probably because of... I'm assuming, like, if you count... I'm guessing Hawaii along with it, because I'm assuming that's probably not in one of the time zones that covers the, like, mainland USA. So, like, Hawaii probably is off, and Alaska, yeah. I was assuming that Alaska was probably also one of them, but I wasn't entirely sure because it's almost connected. But I guess technically, by land, it's only connected to Canada, which apparently makes certain things a little bit fucked up in Canada due to like the. Apparently, some people can live in one part of the US and have to go to school in Alaska, I think there's maybe something like that. I could be wrong, or maybe somewhere else. I know that somewhere in the US there's like a bit of a thing where like some borders makes it so that some people need to go from one place, like from one country through the other country and then into the other country again, or something like that because of some weird border. Alaska might even have to, yeah. I mean, Alaska's fucking huge. A few messed up parts of the US-Canada border, yeah. Like, from what I understand, isn't it to an extent just like one straight line that was just like, I guess, cut through the, like, some bunch of forests? Like, more or less a straight line through, like, from one side to the other along the border. I think there's something about that at least. And because of that, certain places like it's cut off in a weird way. Western part of it, yeah, okay. But I guess that's because of like old, like back in the day when they first created the borders, they didn't maybe didn't have proper maps and so on, and just went like, okay, yeah, we need to make a border. Yeah, let's just cut as straight of a line as we can and not really pay attention to other things. And then it's like, okay, yeah, border's fucked. Maybe actually get like proper satellite footage or like pictures of it, or like basically you can see like a more sensible border from the sky. Like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. But yeah, that's basically just what can happen, I guess. But, yeah, let me actually quickly. So that's and background things. Okay. Also, I feel like I don't know why, but I feel like my PC has been lagging a lot over the last few days, and I don't know why. Just for some reason I just had like a massive lag spike when it did like the transition to it there, but I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway, I need to figure out who I can actually raid. Let's see who is currently live that I follow. Let's see. Let's see, I did see some people go live not too long ago. I'm just going to check their stream and see how long they've been streaming for. You know what? Yeah, I'm thinking we will raid her. I'm basically thinking we will raid another Danish VTuber who is called Joker Girl. She's currently doing a karaoke stream, it seems. Has been streaming for like an hour now or so, so I think she might still be continuing her streams, because I feel like she usually streams for like decent amount of time. I think usually her streams are at least like 2 hours long, so yeah, think of we'll just rate her. But yeah, should be back. I should at least be back tomorrow for some Elden Ring, where hopefully we can defeat Melania. I'm hoping. Could also end up just getting my ass absolutely destroyed by her for like 6 hours or however long the stream ends up being, but I guess we'll see. Yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to beat her and actually make some more progress in the game, but last time did not seem that way. But I did also, after the stream last time, I did change up my build so it was more of a caster build with the Moonlight Greatsword, so maybe I can use that to maybe fight her a bit better. Or she can destroy my ass if she wants it. I would prefer not to have my ass destroyed. But I feel like Melania is going to do it either way. Just due to how badly she's going to kick my ass. But, yeah. Yeah. I think I'll just go ahead and rate Joker. And, yeah. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow to melt the ring, and if not, then I should be back next week, Friday next week, with some more Elden Ring, or not Elden Ring, Final Fantasy. I'm thinking, still don't really know what I'm gonna do there, other than, actually I guess I'll just do more of these role quest continuation stuff, I guess. Unless I don't feel like it that day. Who knows? I guess we'll see. Should check Nick out too. True. Should do that. Gotta do that after the stream is over. But yeah, I'll make sure to do that. But yeah. I guess I'll just see you guys next time. And thanks everyone for watching the stream and chatting, and also of course Nick for the raid earlier. Yeah. Thank you everyone for watching, and I'll send you guys over to Joker, so have fun over there. See ya.